Yeah, I'll be happy to read the service concepts.
Thank you very much, Rosa. Data 1, let's take a pause here. And we're going to open with the Serenity Prayer. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Okay, Melly, if you could read the steps, please.
Melly from Arizona, the 12 Steps of Codependence Anonymous. Number 1, we admitted we were powerless over others, that our lives had become unmanageable. Number 2, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Number 3, made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood God. 4, made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. 5, admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. 6, we're entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character. 7, humbly asked God to remove our shortcomings. 8, made a list of all persons we had harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. 9, made direct amends to such people wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. 10, continue to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. 11, sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understood God, praying only for knowledge of God's will for us and the power to carry that out. And 12, having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, we tried to carry this message to other codependents and to practice these principles in all our affairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah for traditions.
This is Deborah, alternate delegate from Oregon. The 12 traditions of Codependence Anonymous. 1, our common welfare should come first. Personal recovery depends upon CoDA unity. 2, for our group purpose, there is but one ultimate authority, a loving higher power as expressed to our group conscience. Our leaders are but trusted servants. They do not govern. 3, the only requirement for membership in CoDA is a desire for healthy and loving relationships. 4, each group should remain autonomous, except in matters affecting other groups or CoDA as a whole. 5, each group has but one primary purpose, to carry its message to other codependents who still suffer. 6, a CoDA name, excuse me, it's early here. 6, a CoDA group ought never endorse, finance, or lend the CoDA name to any related facility or outside enterprise, lest problems of money, property, and prestige divert us from our primary spiritual aim. 7, a CoDA group ought to be fully self-supporting, declining outside contributions. 8, Codependence Anonymous should remain forever non-professional, but our service centers may employ special workers. 9, CoDA as such ought never be organized, but we may create service boards or committees directly responsible to those they serve. 10, CoDA has no opinion on outside issues, hence the CoDA name ought never be drawn into public controversy. 11, our public relations policy is based on attraction rather than promotion. We need always maintain personal anonymity at the level of press, radio, and films. 12, anonymity is the spiritual foundation of all our traditions, ever reminding us to place principles before personalities. Pass.
Thank you. And Rosa, you're going to read the service concepts.
Thank you. Good morning. This is Rosa, delegate from Southern California. 12-step concepts of Codependence Anonymous. 12 service concepts of Codependence Anonymous. 1, the members of the Fellowship of Codependence Anonymous, in carrying out the will of a loving higher power, advance their individual recoveries, work to ensure the continuance of their group and their program, and carry the message to codependents who still suffer. They may also collectively authorize and establish service boards or committees and empower trusted servants to perform service work. 2, the Fellowship of CoDA has the responsibility of determining through its group conscience the service work to be performed and the best manner to perform such work. This authority is expressed through our group conscience. Authority carries responsibility. Thus, CoDA group consciously provide adequate funding and support for the service work they authorize. 3, decisions about service work in the fellowship in all CoDA affairs are made through the group conscious decision-making process. For this spiritual democratic process to work, every member of the group is encouraged to participate, consider all the facts and options concerning the issue, listen respectively to all opinions expressed, then reflect and meditate to find a loving higher power's will. Finally, we deliberate honestly and respectfully. I'm sorry, can you bring that back down? Respectfully to determine the group. To determine, we deliberate honestly and respectfully to determine the proper course of action. Unanimity in the group is the desired outcome. A majority vote is a group conscious. 4, all those who volunteer to do service work for CoDA by serving on committees, boards, or corporations are trusted servants, not authority figures. Ideally, trusted servants volunteer out of the desire to follow their higher power's will, out of gratitude for the gifts they have received from CoDA, out of the desire to grow in the ability to create and keep healthy relationships, and to continue what they can of themselves to CoDA. The fellowship recognizes the need to select the most qualified people willing to serve as trusted servants. At times, trusted servants may hire individuals outside of the fellowship for commercial services. 5, trusted servants are directly responsible to those they serve and are bound to honor the group's conscious decision-making process and uphold those decisions concerning their service work. The fellowship also recognizes the need and right for members to honor their own experience, strength, and hope, and their higher power's will as expressed to them. When the group conscience violates an individual's own truth and make participation impossible, the individual may relinquish the service position. 6, the fellowship guarantees trusted servants the right and authority to freely make decisions commensurate with their responsibilities and the right to participate in group conscious decisions affecting their responsibilities. Each CoDA member is also guaranteed the right to respectfully dissent during the group conscious decision-making process. A member may feel and safely express any personal grievances as long as no particular person or group is unexpectedly singled out as the subject of the grievance. Members are encouraged to honor their own integrity as well as the integrity of others. Trusted servants do practice the 12 steps and the 12 traditions in their service work and in all of their affairs. Trusted servants do not seek power, prestige, wealth, status, or acclaim, do not govern, coerce, or attempt to control others, and do not push a personal agenda, promote controversy, or advance outside issues of CoDA's expense. Since issues over authority, will, money, property, and prestige can and do arise in service work, trusted servants need to practice emotional sobriety, including anonymity, humility, tolerance, gratitude, making amends, and forgiveness. 8, the CoDA Service Conference, through its group conscious decision-making process, guides the fellowship in making policy decisions and in following the 12 steps and 12 traditions. The conference, through providing guidelines, holds no authority over the decision-making process of individual groups. The group conscious process is our decision-making process. Failure to honor this process may violate traditions 1 and 4, and a sanction may be imposed. The harshness sanction conference can impose on an individual or group is no longer recognized. It has recognized it as belonging to CoDA. This sanction may only be imposed on those who consistently violate the 12 steps and the 12 traditions as determined by guidelines accepted by conference. 8. By tradition, the CoDA Service Conference gives responsibilities to working committees composed of conference delegates and other CoDA volunteers, and to separate service works or corporations. All are directly responsible to the conference. The scope of the work or a committee does is determined by the conference group conscious. The chairperson of each committee assumes the responsibility to ensure the work assigned to the committee is completed in a timely manner. 10. When the CoDA Service Conference is in session, the CoDA Board of Trustees is directly responsible to the conference. When not in session, the conference assigns its decision-making authority on material matters to the trustees. The Board of Trustees is authorized to monitor the work of conference appointed service committees and may provide assistance or guidelines when necessary. The trustees serve as the boards of directors of CoDA, Inc. The nonprofit corporation are assigned custodial control of all money and are responsible for the prudent management of its finances. 11. The powers of the CoDA Service Conference derive from the preeminent authority of the group conscious decision-making process. Arizona state law gives the Board of Trustees legal rights and responsibilities to act for the fellowship in certain situations. CoDA, Inc.'s article of incorporation and bylaws are legal documents enumerating these boards' rights and responsibilities. In 12, the fellowship strives to practice and encourage spiritual principles in all of its materials, financial and business affairs, including fairness, equality, and respect for individuals' rights. Every member within CoDA has a voice, and it's encouraged to use it. Every member has the right to know what is happening within our organization. To honor this right, and in the spirit of CoDA unity, our CoDA Inc. organization publishes and distributes group conscious decisions, such as minutes of our service boards and motions from our CoDA service conferences, in the most inclusive and timely manner possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, quorum counts. If everybody could raise their hands, and we will do our quorum count. Remember, if everybody can come off mute as we count, so we can do this quickly and efficiently. And we are going to start with James K. Connie, you got my backup here?
Yep, I'm ready.
Thank you.
Number one.
Salvador.
2.
Carmen.
3.
Yaniv.
4.
Burl.
5.
Evie.
6.
Melly.
7.
Lisa J.
8.
Gail S.
9.
Erica.
10,
Shannon O.
11,
Liliana.
12.
Madeline. Madeline, Florida.
13,
Thank you. Nora.
14.
Barbara D.
15.
Jorge.
16.
Alicia.
17.
Linnea.
18.
Judy.
19.
Judy, do me a favor and rename yourself. Leo.
Yes.
Leo. You're muted.
$20.
Thank you. Nancy O.
21.
Matt.
Why isn't Miss
22.
Cami.
23.
Karen.
24.
Chris K.
25.
Juliet.
26.
Dawn.
27.
Linda V.
28.
Great. We have quorum. Okay, I'm going to lower everybody's hands here. Just remember when we do, somebody needs to make me co-host, please. And everybody, if they can go on mute again, please. Because I can't lower and I can't do that until I'm made a co-host. Thank you very much. I need to make an amend to conference. I don't think that I did the best job yesterday because we were an hour and a half over. And I'm sure that everybody was exhausted, and we really want to be mindful of everybody's time and doing service. So please forgive me for allowing us to get off in the weeds a little bit. So I'd like to just review a little bit today before we get started very quickly. Number one, conference has voted in that we use the community solving problem method. Okay. I am so in awe of everybody's service and their passion. But in the community service problem method, we have 6 minutes of questions. We have 8 minutes of pros and cons, and we have 6 minutes of crafting. We vote, and we have a minute of a minority position. Today, I will not be calling on people that are raising their hands outside of the community solving problem method. Trust me, we could talk about these things all day long. And just because we don't agree with how a motion went doesn't mean that we are going to raise our hands and we are going to comment on that. Anything that you want to comment on, put it in the chat window, and please communicate with the events team. But I don't want you to think I don't see you today, but I will not be calling on people outside of the community solving method. The other thing I want to bring to everybody's attention, you guys have been really great, but please do not talk without being called on. And I just want to review again what a point of order is. A point of order is that we're upset, not that something didn't go the way we thought that it should go. A point of order means that me as the facilitator did not follow the community problem solving method. So I forgot to craft, or I forgot the minority position. But anything else is not a point of order. If you believe you have a point of order, I want you to put it into the chat, and I want you to exactly say what your point of order is. And the events team will talk back and forth with you, and then they will let me know if we have a real point of order. Okay. The other thing is that, I don't know if you guys are aware of it, but when you are having a question, you have 1 minute. I have a timer on. When you are doing your pro and con, you have 1 minute. When we are crafting, that can go a little bit longer, but I'm still doing 1 minute. So I'm going to ask you all, when you hear that timer go off, I want you to wrap it up. Yesterday, I think for the most part, everybody stayed on their minute, but there are many times that we're going over. So I'm going to apologize in advance. It is uncomfortable for me to do this, but I'm going to have to say time, and you're going to have to stop. Okay, we are going to end at 4 p.m. today, and there's people that have other responsibilities and things that they have to do. So I appreciate everybody helping me do the service that you're asking me to do. And with that, I just want to go over really quickly the things that I think are most important. No crosstalk. Please be very aware of your facial features and how you're moving on the screen to not be influencing others, okay? Passing the badge is most important. I think we have this, but there might be some new people that have joined us today. So I want you to remember that when we are passing the badge, if you're going to leave conference, that you can assign your voting privileges to an entity within your group. Basically, you're going to chat to everyone who you're passing your badge to. You're going to change your name from a V to an X, and Chris is going to respond and confirm what's going on. Okay. Anybody who doesn't have a V in front of their name is going to go off video during all motions. And if you have a 30-second, do me a favor today. Just call 30 seconds. That's the only time that anybody should be speaking up without being called on. I think 30 seconds needs to be timely. And I may be calling more 30 seconds today to make sure that we stay on track. So with that, we are going to get started with the approval of Tuesday's motions first. Connie? So as you review these, I just want to remind everybody that this is all about, are the motions written as they were passed? We won't be debating the motions again. We are just making sure that there aren't any things that are written in the motions as passed that were incorrect. Okay. So I see two hands up. And is this in regards to the first motion? Yes. Okay. Robbo.
Just a quick check. I noticed, I think in this one motion, it has where it applies in the CoDA documentation, but not all motions has where it affects. And is that important to our documentation process? Do you understand my question?
Yeah, so are you talking about in the description, or are you talking about at the bottom?
Yeah, you're right, correct.
The bottom.
At the bottom.
At the bottom.
You know, when we submit them, it says where it applies, but it's not on all. See there, you can see it there, but not on all the emotions in this document is that information portrayed.
Okay, so Florence, how do we want to deal with that? Do each committee that has a motion up that we're reviewing right now, do you know where you want that check to be?
So I'm sorry, what was the exact question?
It's that not everybody has a check of where the motion or the FE requires the change to be placed on this bottom table. Like, does it go in the bylaws? Does it go into the FSM? Does it go part 1, part 2, blah, blah, blah. Rob was saying that not everyone. Now this one I see, the first one's got a check, but he's saying not everyone does. So
okay,
Rob,
well, I guess when we get to the ones that don't, then then we just ask.
Then we'll ask the committee.
Although some of them said to be listed in the FSM and they didn't know exactly where, so that's why it wasn't checked.
Okay.
And SSC has that prerogative to put the motions where they think they should in the FSM, Fellowship Services Manual, sorry. And SSC is Service Structure Committee.
Thank you. So do we have on this first motion or the motions of the first day, are there any corrections or any feedback or anything? Yes, Shannon.
Good morning and afternoon, everyone. Shannon O from Canada. Delegate. I just wanted to point out respectfully that the first motion is missing some information that was a con from one of the members from England about concerns of this motion possibly skipping over, like missing people's voices if those documents were, if this motion was to go through. So just wanted to point out that omission, that his concerns that were raised as a con and also as a minority voice are not in there.
Do you know which motion is that? You need to give us the motion number.
Oh, the motion number? It was the first one.
2021007 is about changing wording in the Fellowship Services Manual.
About the one.
Or are you talking about the gender issues? The gender one. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. You need to give us a number.
Okay, I'll have just a second.
Yeah, why don't you come back
Okay,
to
why
us?
don't you come back? Come back.
Yeah.
Faith? Faith, you have your hand up? Oh, you're muted. Thank you.
Sorry.
No worries.
I have a correction to the motion that I presented yesterday. The motion number I see is 20302. Am I looking at the wrong one? Because
they got renumbered. So,
What's the title of the motion then?
it's bylaws, board policies and procedures.
I'm sorry, what was the name?
It's corrections to bylaws.
I'll just. Okay, here we go. All right, what do I need to change?
So in the first one, near the end, there's recommended by events committee.
Where is recommended by events committee?
Yeah, in the meeting, we voted to add the events committee. So a "the" in front of that.
Thank you.
In the second one, after it says unanimous vote.
Unanimous vote.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Any action required or permitted to be taken by the council board of trustees, we voted to take out council. It is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Do you see my hand up?
No, you just are a tree.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
wait, no, you're not. No, I don't see your hand up. Go ahead.
One of the procedure motions, is that the one? Can you scroll down to where the procedure motions are? All the way at the bottom, I think they are. From the beginning of the conference, and it was about giving voice. And I don't know the number, I'm sorry though.
Tell me when you see me as I'm scrolling. Okay, that was the bottom.
About chairs getting voice. You went too fast.
There we go.
Chairs and visitors right there. So it was, that wording is not correct. The motion was, and convention is wrong also.
You're breaking up.
Lawrence, we lost your voice. I think she wants that to say CoDA service conference, but we can't hear you, Florence. Florence, your lips are moving.
Am I I got
Yeah,
frozen.
there you go. Yeah. We couldn't
Okay.
hear what you were saying.
Sorry. So it should say chairs and attendees in the Zoom conference.
Okay, hold on. Attendees in the Zoom conference. Okay,
Be given voice at the CoDA service conference and take out convention. You already were doing that, I see. And it was Sally H. from NorCal, I believe. You have just Sally there. So that's it.
great.
Okay, Lou.
Good morning. I'm looking at motion number 21009. And this is the one that had a lot of strikeouts, and all of the strikeouts appear without the strikeout because of the limitations of the database. I don't, and I don't want to take the time to redo the whole motion because it's like, but none of the strikeouts are there and half of it's been struck out. So I don't know how you want to do that. But it's.
Can we just make note of it and have
Yep.
them work on it in the database
Yep.
and we'll have it corrected by the last day?
Yep,
Please.
we will work on 21009 to include the strikeouts.
No, you need to remove them because the idea.
Gotcha.
At least that's what I think you need to do.
Okay, we'll take a look at it. No problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Gail.
So we have to.
Yes, hold on, let me go back. Motion number 21011.
21011. Thank you. Okay.
We crafted to in between, okay, under the oh, never mind, hold on. What a welcome. Scratch that, we're good.
Thank you.
So Gail, I have you signed in twice.
Yes, Chris is aware of it. My laptop is not playing fair with my camera, so I'm on
Okay.
2 devices.
So
Thank
on
you.
one of them, if you could just put duplicate on there for me, so I know. I'm calling on, because I didn't even see your face. If you can just rename that one as duplicate for me.
Will do.
Thanks. Nancy O.
I'm on, okay. With regards to motion number, let me just get the number here, 21008, CoDA service structure chart. You need to indicate what's checked off from the FSM. And what we have is FSM Part 1, page 12.
I don't see it. Okay.
So just be under notes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You need the part number.
Tell me specifically what you're saying.
Nancy, what was the part number for that one?
Which FSM, Nancy?
Part 1, page 12.
Thank you.
And I believe the next motion number also does not have, I'm just double checking which motion number I have here. Yes, number 3.
21003.
Yes, it should.
Gotcha.
2100. I'm just getting it's awful hard because they're all mixed up. The name of this one is Voting Entity Issues Motion Submission Guidelines. That's 21009.
Okay, hold on. Okay,
And the part that needs to be checked, is CFSM that I'm referring to needs to say FSM Part 4.
okay.
That's the wrong spot.
Wrong spot, okay.
Yes, thank you for checking that because I'm looking at the motions, not on screen.
Put it at the bottom.
Keep going down. Into the motion. Keep
Oops,
going down.
that was a long one.
It is a long one. There, just after 2/3 majority there.
Part 4, you said? Yeah,
Corrections to bylaws.
yes.
I'm in the next one now.
Yeah, no, Larissa wrote it down. We got it. So it's
Okay,
the
and
next one?
the next one is motion number 21010, that one Faith just spoke about. You didn't have the FSM in that one. Oh, are we in the right place? The correction typo one, that one we had checked off, I believe, is the bylaws. And then I'm just going to double check and make sure what we have for board motion.
Correct, bylaws.
And board motion number 5. You should have off, which is the next motion number is 21011. Should also have the bylaws.
21011.
Yes,
Oops.
you have to go to the end of that.
Yeah.
Underneath the vote.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Oh, one more, motion number 21005.
Okay,
Does anybody know what Nora H's, got Nora listed in that one? Does anybody know what Nora's initial is?
Nora E.
Nora
But I'm not.
H?
E.
Okay.
E.
Nora E? Is that correct, Nora?
That's correct.
Okay, and then so the next one, 21003, also needs to have that in there.
And Sally's name needs correcting.
Yeah.
Sally H.
Right, isn't it Sally with an E?
Sally, what is it?
Sally
I think
H.
Sally ends with E, I think. Is that the correct Sally?
I
Sally,
believe
you're
so.
muted. You're muted, Sally.
Salle, no initial, please. Thank you.
Okay. So there's other places where Sally, we had your name in as Sally. Motion
We'll
number
make-
21002. Just go
Exit.
scroll back up. Just with an E, and I think it's in the body, or it's on the up above a little bit, or down. It's in the chairs and visitors be given voice at conventions. Sally moved. Should be Salle and take out the H. She doesn't want it.
Okay,
And Florence, where your name appears in 21004, do you want Florence? What do you want for your name there? Florence O?
It's Florence F.
Okay.
As in Frank.
As an F, okay, sorry.
F as in Frank.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's all I got.
Can you hear me here? Can you hear me here?
Now we can, but your voice went away again. Nora,
Yeah, Nora delegate from Colombia, and in Colombia we say no, not we say no. Thank you.
I don't. Did you see an O?
you said O instead of a U.
How do you spell it?
You guys doing something to the internet?
Florence, you're not muted.
She wants to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody else?
I made a point of order.
Okay. Events. Is somebody reading the point of orders for me and getting back to Madeline?
I didn't see anything in the chat.
Madeline, what is your point of order?
Okay, in motion, legally, you gotta have the initial of the person because it could be 3 or 4 Magdalene. And when the motion comes up a year from now, nobody's gonna know which one was the Magdalene that made the motion. So legally, I believe that the last initial needs to be there.
It's just a point of motion.
You got that, Connie?
Did not. Madeline is a name?
Magdalene, yes.
Do
I
you
think
know
she's referring to Sally H, S-A-L-L-E. And those are motion number 21002.
And so they want me to add the H to Sally?
Sorry, Sally, it looks like it's a requirement.
Okay, she said okay.
And within the body of that one, down below, her name appears as Sally, as you need to put Sally H there as well.
Gotcha.
I don't think that when I write in the chat, it's showing because I don't see it. I don't see my messages there.
Okay.
Maybe I'm not.
You have to make sure you're directing the chat to everyone.
It's got to go to everybody, Madeline. Maybe you're getting it to one person. Just go back up and click that arrow and make sure it goes to everyone. Shannon O.
Okay, so the motion I was talking to is 21011, and Peter's comments were omitted from the notes. Thanks.
I have a point of order.
Yeah.
From Diane. When you're finished, it's back to the other motion. Number 21002, Diane S.
Okay, wait, are we working on 21011 first?
So
finish here.
if it has to do with the motions, it just raise your hand and I'll call on you. We don't have to do point of order right now. Just raise your hand and we'll address whatever your concern is in the work that we're doing right now.
Okay, what do I need to add in their remarks here?
Shannon?
Peter's remarks from yesterday concerning, he was concerned, he voiced a concern at the con about voices being missed if foundational documents were written in stone for 2 years. And then he also voiced a minority voice reiterating that at the end of the motion.
Somehow we missed it, so I just need you to tell me how you want this worded here.
I'm just asking his alternate delegate because he's not here, so I'm just trying to connect with him in some way to ask what should be said.
So
we can access the recording and get it back on there by the end of the week. Is that good?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to put a note here so that we will know Peter's comments from recording. So once we receive that, we will add that in.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Chris. Excuse me.
I just wanted to point out there's a couple of people with V in front of their name that their videos are off right now. If they turn them on, great. But there's a couple that need to check their cameras. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane S.
Diane S. from Arkansas. On the 21002, I think it is, that I don't know if it's needed, but that the second was from Diane S. from Arkansas.
Thank you. Arkansas 8R.
Yep.
Thank you.
Pete H.
Hi, PH UK NSC. I was driving, so just got home, and so I was going to pick up the comments that Shannon was raising, but as you said, you'll re-access the recording and put them back in there. So I think that's probably going to be the cleanest way of doing it. If you can pull that from the recordings, that'd be great. If that's okay.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, Marlene.
Thank you. Good morning. Marlene from Southern California, alternate delegate. The number is 21025.
That must be for tomorrow.
So maybe was that a Wednesday motion?
Oh, it is.
Okay, so we're going to be doing that next, Marlene. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So Catherine, have we taken the 10 minutes already?
Oh yeah.
Oh, so I think at 10 minutes we need to stop and ask if we want more time for this.
Okay, so we are over right now.
And we still haven't done Wednesdays, right?
That's correct.
So we need to ask conference for more time if they want it to correct these.
Does anybody want to make that motion? So you can speak if you want to make the motion.
Nancy, I would like to move that we ask for 10 more minutes to work on the daily motions from business of the previous days.
Shannon O from Canada, I second it.
Okay, Connie, do you have that? Nancy O and Shannon O.
Thank you very much.
Florence, do you have a poll?
Oh, shoot. Totally forgot about the poll. I have one. Just
okay. Okay. Remember, those that can vote should vote. If you shouldn't vote, Chris, was there anybody that shouldn't be voting? Sorry.
No, there's no one that cannot vote at this point.
Okay.
Lisa's asking, we added 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Did the poll pass? Oh, there we go.
It's still,
Sorry. Yeah.
I have voted 3 times now.
On the poll?
yeah,
Yes, ma'am. It came to me 3 times and I voted yes 3 times. I hope that doesn't mean that I actually tripled my vote.
I don't think you did.
I don't think so.
But I think it is a little bit squirrely for some reason. But the numbers look okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna end it. It's at 30 seconds. And it's 31 yes, 7 no, 3 abstain, unless there's votes in the chat.
I don't see any votes in the chat.
Okay, so we can continue for 10 more minutes to do the motions.
Okay, and we're talking about for Tuesday and Wednesday, is that correct? Because we had 10 minutes for both. We didn't have a different slots.
So we only had 10 minutes total.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I would say we'd go to Wednesday motions unless there's something really specific, maybe for Tuesday, we can send it an email.
Okay. I'm going to, Nancy, what was is yours for?
Yes, it's for motion 21011. I see the vote there 2 different ways. And Peter's point where you were going to add that is in the wrong place. You go to page 8 of your report, and you inserted it there, and there's a vote yes of 32. And when you flip the page, it's got a different vote. The questions and the answers show a different vote.
Okay.
So Peter's comments, add Peter's comments from recording belong in the questions and pros and cons. He needs to go in the pros and cons, that point. And why are there 2 voting results?
Well, we'll take a look because we kept notes as well. So I will highlight that. Excuse me. And
so that needs to be confirmed. What's the vote? And the vote goes below the crafting.
Yes.
And the bylaws need to be moved below there as well. So you just cut and paste and put that all down underneath crafting and then check that. That's the thing to do. Because the bylaw, okay, there.
Yeah, I'm just going to highlight this and we'll come back to that so we don't take up time. And that is 21011. Really need to clean that up. We got that. Thank you.
Okay, and then Sally, is this for Tuesday or Wednesday? Sally, your hand's up.
I'm so sorry. My hand went up for something quite a while ago and I'm taking it down because I do not need that hand up. Thank you.
Okay,
Sorry.
I took it down for you. So why don't we move forward to Wednesday, Connie?
Okay, we're here.
Okay, Marlene.
Thank you, Marlene from SoCal, alternate delegate. The number is 21025. I voiced a minority vote that was not recorded.
Okay. Under remarks, pros and cons?
Yes.
Okay, was that a pro?
No, it would be after the vote. She did a minority opinion.
Oh, okay. We will have to get the recording on that.
Thank you.
Which motion are you getting the recording on? Because I was writing that down.
21025.
And it was voiced by me, Marlene E.
Thank you, Marlene, for confirming that.
Evie?
Yeah, it's 21022, and I'm gonna have to hold on, minimize. I don't want What am I doing? Okay, can you go down a little bit? Keep going. I think. Ugh. Hold on, let me go look exactly where it is. I have to leave. I have to leave. I have to leave and go to another app. Hold on one sec.
I'm ready. Everything that occurs today is part of God's plan.
Abby, can we come back to you while you're looking? Because we're eating up time here.
No, I got it. I'm sorry. It's right, it's at the bottom of the description.
Of
Where
what?
it's,
21022?
yeah, 21022 at the bottom of the description. Okay. I see what the problem is. Right. Yeah, hold on. I gotta, at the bottom of the description, right there, the parentheses. That, I don't know what that is. That was just discussion. I have no idea why that's there. That needs to be removed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda V. You're muted, Linda.
My picture moved on me. Sorry about that. I had the same comment as Evie on that same motion. And then there was also in the motion itself, and I don't know if this is appropriate to bring up right now, but in remarks that's included in this, it says, suggest this change be sent via email to all on the mailing list. That was never discussed yesterday, and I'm not sure what we do with that. So it's here in the motion. So I'm just bringing it up because I don't know what we should be doing about it. So thanks.
This is Connie. I need guidance on that. Leave it or take it out.
So why don't you want to highlight it and then check things later? Do the recording on that one too.
You bet.
Okay.
That was
Krista Z.
2022.
Hi, Krista Z, the delegate from Canada. I'm looking at motion 21019. And in the cons, it's missing the con that was stated around tradition 3 being removed from the preamble and that it was not a grammatical redundancy. I think that's it. But I think that there was, oh yeah, the last sentence in this cons also, I don't remember this being mentioned, the whole that, I mean, it's up to the home group's responsibility. So I'm just requesting that the recording be viewed for this con paragraph as well, if that's possible.
We should move on to Wednesday. We're going to run out of time.
We're on Wednesday.
Oh, sorry. I missed it.
Nancy O.
Okay, so that was 21019. Listen to recording.
Yeah,
okay.
21022, you've missed the FSM. Should be part 1 and part 2 and other.
Part 2
to part, I think it was part 1,
said part 1 and 2.
Part 1, part 2 plus other. The other, I don't have that up right now, but there was another CoDA 12 traditions.
Repeat, please.
Other CoDA 12 traditions.
Okay.
And I have one more, which is 21016. I'm not sure that my name should be on that or whether that should be Dan R, who, you got Nancy O there. I brought up the topic from the board and it was Dan R who made the motion. So I'm not sure why, if Lisa J, you made the motion or whether it was Dan R, I can't quite remember. But I didn't make that motion. That came from someone on the floor, and I believe it was Dan R. Dan could speak for it himself.
No, it was
Okay.
because Dan didn't have a vote.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Dan here from
it was-
Canada. I believe I seconded that motion, but then Lisa would have to confirm she made the motion.
I believe I did make that motion.
Okay,
Yeah,
but I believe I seconded it.
I think Jorge did.
I did.
Yeah, Jorge seconded it.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that is correct. I'm not a board member.
Yes, it needs to be, you've got to take off board member.
Yeah.
Voting entity, Lisa?
Yes, ma'am. I'm the delegate from Illinois.
Well, I think that's what the two little I's behind your name down underneath should be IL instead of II. And I don't know if you need motions there.
You're right, we don't.
I am complete.
Thank you. Lou?
Sorry. 21034, your vote totals are off. You have 19, it says a 2/3 majority, and you have 19 yes, 12 no, and 14 abstain. I think it probably is 19, 2, and 4.
Yeah.
But I don't.
With the number thing.
And the 12 should be a 2. And that, yeah,
And what's
Thank
this
you.
thing? That's the, okay, thanks.
that's it.
Thank you. That is time for 10 more minutes. So if we want to ask for more time, we need to.
I have a suggestion that maybe we could send the corrections to events and we could work on them tonight and then quickly review the corrections were made tomorrow when we do today's. Is that
So
a good idea? Or?
you'll send out those corrections tonight with today's motions?
Well, we usually don't send out all the corrected motions until Friday.
Okay.
At the end of day.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that if there's any more corrections left, we can get them conveyed tonight and try to get them in the motions and then review them on Friday.
Okay. So Liliana, Rob, and Debbie, if you can send events what your corrections are. Okay. And we will move on. Unless somebody has a different idea, because the floor can come up with a different idea. So right now it is 9:04 and we are supposed to have a stretch break at 9:10. We've got the Canadian tribute. So that's 10 minutes and we have the service structure committee motions of 30 minutes. So right now we are 40 minutes behind. Anybody from the floor want to come up with a suggestion? Do we just move on? Do we delay the break right now? Can we do the Canada tribute and do service structure now?
This is Judy, voting delegate from Massachusetts. I suggest, yes, we go ahead with those two items, Canada and, I'm sorry, what was the other one?
The other one
And
is
then-
service structure. So you're making a motion.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a
That
second?
we
on
delay our break.
Okay. So Dan is seconding that, Connie. So
Yep.
delaying the break until after Canadian tribute and the Service Structure Committee. And you have a poll for that, Florence?
Yeah, Catherine, you have to tell her Dan R from Canada.
Yeah, Dan
Is
R
that it?
Canada.
And does he have a V before his name?
No, he's an X.
Then he cannot second a motion.
You're an X right now. Okay.
Lisa J.
Lisa
Delegate
J.
from
second.
Illinois, second that bad boy. Thank you.
And
Do you
I'm
have
sorry,
that?
who made the motion?
So the motion was made by Judy T, Massachusetts. And it was seconded by Lisa J, delegate from Illinois.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we're ready for a poll, Florence, when you are. There we go.
Why we're not seeing the polls today?
Okay, I'm going to end because the numbers are pretty high, so.
Okay, so it passes.
32 yes, 7 no, 1 abstain.
Okay, Carol. Carol or Canada?
Okay, so I'm going to start to introduce Carol, I guess. Hi, everyone. I'm Florence F. from Maryland. I'm a current events chair. As you know, well, you may not know, but the events committee puts on the CoDA Service Conference and the International CoDA Convention each year. That's our main job. We go to local communities to ask for a host committee to form. And that host committee we work with all year to bring the event to their area. For the last 2 years, we've been working with Canada. And it really hurts me, I'm getting emotional, that we were not ever able to make it there because they were so excited to have us. And we haven't been international for a while. And it was just, it was just a big deal for us to go to Canada. And we had a hotel contract for 2 years that we pushed off because of the pandemic, and we had to cancel it again. And so since we did go virtual this year, we did say that we were going to honor Canada as our host group and allow them to have this presentation. If we were in Canada, they would have a welcome table. They would be welcoming you and, introducing you to a little bit about them. And so I'm very pleased to introduce you to Carol, who's been the host liaison this whole time and worked with this host group. And she has a presentation for you from Canada. So Carol, you take it.
Thanks very much, Florence. Yes. We were the host city for a couple of years holding it up and sitting on the sidelines. And because of the pandemic, we weren't able to meet you face to face, but we were asked, as Florence said, to put together a presentation for Canada. We were like a virtual host city this year. If this year were a face-to-face CSC in Ottawa, there may have been an opportunity to host you in my backyard. It may have been in shifts, but it would have been some good Canadian hospitality. In lieu of such an opportunity, I would like to invite you to enjoy this virtual visit via our Canadian slideshow and visit our entire country. We also invite you to taste our culinary cuisine with our electronic recipe book, Recipes Across Canada cookbook. And it's available at our Codependence Recovery Store, cdrs.ca. The link and slides are available in the delegate package, and I can provide the link to the recipe book in chat later. I would like to make a special mention with gratitude of the Canadian Fellowship CoDA members who worked behind the scenes to make this happen. Tina Z from Brampton, Ontario, Jerry B from New Westminster, BC, Krista from Barrie, Ontario, and Mary M from Brampton, Ontario, and all those who contributed. Oh, and there's another woman here from Ottawa. I forget her name, and I apologize for that, but my home group. So, and all those who contributed to the slides mentioned on the last of the slides, plus our entire CCSC CoDA Canada steering committee. I'm edified by your work, presence, and fellowship in the realization of this Canadian project. If you have any, to all of you, if you have any reactions or questions, please enter them in the chat and one of us Canadians will be happy to answer you. Welcome to Canada, everyone. Enjoy your virtual visit. Oops. I have to go find it, sorry, I had it ready. Sorry. Sorry, it was smooth earlier. I don't know what happened. Welcome to Canada.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks,
Good to see
Carol.
you there.
Thanks, Canada.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. Oh, and Carol, they were asking about if this was going to be available. It is going to be put into the delegate packet, or if it's not already in there. And then you mentioned the fundraiser at the end about the recipes across Canada. If maybe you could put a link for that in the chat, because that wasn't in the delegate packet.
That's right. It's going in, and that last slide has it as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So we are ready for service structures motion. Who's going to be presenting?
I am Dave S., SSC Chair.
Okay.
Along with, also I'd like to include Evie from Connecticut. She was the past chair and she presented last year. This is one of those motions that need to be presented 2 years in a row. I'd like to have that motion taken down for a moment. I want to do some introductory remarks, please. If we can take that down, thank you. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Oh, Canada. I had plans to go when I was going to go up there. I was going to extend my time up there. I had the route picked out already. Going to stop and see Niagara Falls and do some sightseeing when I was up there. I was going to wear my Philadelphia Flyers jersey though, but that's another story. I want to thank everybody for the opportunity to present this. I'd like to actually talk about the committee, and it's a real team effort for a service structure committee. We are a committee that serves in an advisory capacity to the conference, the board, and CoDA as a whole. We deal with these foundational documents. We maintain those. The committee is Debbie M. from Canada, who was unable to be with us for the technical issues. Judy T. from Massachusetts. Liliana R. from Columbia, who is their secretary. Myself, Gail S. is our board liaison, and Yaniv from Israel is our alternate. And so thank you for doing that. Also, I'm going to remind everybody, I have invited some people, but we are having a breakout room. We have a breakout room during lunch, and we like to have people join us. And I will be, we want to mention to events, please send me the info again so I have it at my fingertips for the breakout room. Thank you. Now, Connie, could I have the motion up, please? Thank you. Okay. All right. This motion, that's not our motion. It's motion one. Yes.
That's the events motion.
Yes, that is our motion. And could you scroll up a little more so I can see it on the screen? Okay. Yes, that's what I need. Thank you. Now, this motion is being brought back from last year. This is a motion, probably the first motion that's being done under the approval process, the 2-year approval process of first year 67% and second year 75%. We got the votes of 28, 10, and 1 last year. We would like to get a few more yes votes this year so we can get to 75%. It would be appreciated. The motion, this is to replace the current tradition 11, and the issue is to replace the current tradition 11 with what is below. Our public relations policy is based on attraction rather than promotion. We need always maintain personal anonymity at the level of press, radio, films, television, and all other public forms of communication. The intent and background and other pertinent information to enable this change to the traditions to take place in accord with motion 20023, setting forth conditions for changes to foundation documents. A 3/4 approval vote required for this to take place. Thank you. And if we have time, Evie, if you want to chime in on anything, please do.
So you are over your 2 minutes of introduction,
Okay.
just to let you know, just
All right,
to
thank
keep
you.
on track.
No, we do not want to craft because that would change from what was presented last year. And this, since we're in the halfway through the approval process, you know, we need to go with an up or down vote as is. Otherwise, we have to go back, we have to present it again next year. So we need to have this stand as is because it's midway through the approval process.
So are you ready for questions?
Please do. And again, Evie, chime in if you have any answers I don't have.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
will
you.
do.
So Pete H, we'll start with you.
Hi, PH UK NSC codependent. I was just wondering if you could expand on the reason for keeping all of the longest section in and then adding all public forms of communication rather than kind of concentrating it and just kind of making it, you know, all public forms of communication, all public forms of media. I mean, yeah, can you expand on that or give us some sort of background on that thinking of expanding rather than contracting? Cheers.
Well,
Dave,
yes,
why don't
Evie.
I answer that one? Since,
Please.
okay, we had extensive discussions last year about exactly how to word this. And what we came up with, because I think we had to bring this motion back. I can't remember exactly, but we had extensive discussions about whether to just say all public forms of communication or all public forms of media or something like that. We went back and forth and back and forth. And this is what we came up with.
And if I can add something, this is a personal note from my experience on SSC. You know, I said yesterday, we like to see things be shortened, concise. We've always get things on SSC to lengthen things, you know, makes things longer and longer. And I think brevity is the soul of wit. You know, we should keep it simple. You know, people keep trying to put things in to perfect things. It's progress, not perfection. Thank you.
Liz H.
I might have already answered my own question, but the Liz from Pennsylvania, delegate from Pennsylvania. But so can you show me exactly what the change is? Is it adding from and to communications? What exactly is, or what did the old thing say and what is it saying now? I'm not getting a clear picture of the difference between the two. Thank you.
I don't have that.
I believe what it said is press, radio, and films originally. Yeah, that's what it said originally.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa J.
Lisa J, delegate from Illinois. So just to sum up the previous answer, this wording that's here was group conscienced by conference last year. This is what they approved. This was part of the crafting process, etc. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Burl.
Yes. What does this eliminate? What does it take away from? Is it taking away from online meetings, telephone meetings, or are those still okay since they are technically public media of communication?
No, I would say no. That's a different. I would think they would be looked at as a different category. This is more like it says personal anonymity during press, radio, and film, as in, I guess it's the older definition of media. What you hear on the TV, what you see on the TV, what you see here on the radio, what you see in the newspaper, magazines. That's what I would say the definition of media or communication we're using. So this is about a public face, not the meetings.
So a public, so a Facebook CoDA group would be okay?
As long as it's private.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I would say.
Philippe? You're muted, Philippe. I can't hear you.
They put up
still-
the problem solving method on the screen.
Philippe, I still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, I've got a button on my headphone which I have to turn on as well. No, I was concerned about online, and in particular on Facebook. If you post something on Facebook in the UK that is libelous, you can be sued because Facebook is public media. Anyone can see what you put on Facebook. And if we have a group that meets on Facebook, we need to be very careful. I'm basically in favor of the motion, but I myself would understand that our concern for anonymity should cover what the BBC calls social media, and we should be very careful where we break anonymity.
Philippe, do you have a question? We're in the question phase. Do you have a question for him?
Sorry, I was repeating what was said on the last question because I wasn't happy with the reply.
Okay.
I felt this question hadn't been answered, and hadn't been answered to me satisfactorily. Sorry,
Thank you.
This is Judy from SSC. May I make a brief comment?
Please. I did. I'm
yeah.
sorry. I meant to my
That's okay.
committee. I would say, please.
That's okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to say that there was a motion passed yesterday that had to do with public facing, whether or not people were speaking for CoDA. And of course, we continue not to speak for CoDA. In terms of Facebook, I understand there are differences depending on the laws of the country. And so I would hope and assume that in the UK, you have that policy worked out in your intergroups and service entities, and that people know that there are limitations to their participation on Facebook. We don't have that issue currently in the US, but we are debating in various levels and various groups what is appropriate on Facebook and what is not. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy.
Okay.
Like I said, it's a team effort.
Dave, that's time for questions.
Okay.
Can we move on to
Please.
pros and cons?
Please,
So
I'd like to try to get us back on track.
Thank you.
Please.
So those that would like to be a pro, okay, those that would like to be a con. James, you want to be a con is because your hand went up pretty quickly. I just want to double check.
No, I was hesitant. I was a pro.
Okay.
Catherine, I'm sorry. Shannon O had in the chat that she's a pro. I don't know if you had her name.
I've already got 5 people. So I clear after I've written down 5.
Shannon,
okay, thank you.
Hey, Shannon can have my spot. I don't mind stepping down. Please allow her to speak in my place. Thank you.
Those that would like to be a con, please raise your hand. I'll give you another second. Any cons? Okay, we are going to start with Shannon O.
Hi, everybody.
As a
Thank
pro.
you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Lisa. Shannon O, delegate from Canada. Yeah, I stand in favor of this motion because, as it was already stated, it's really just a continuation of what we had a group conscience of at our last convention. And I think it really encapsulates what the intent of the motion was in terms of like including all forms of public media, and also keeps the history of the tradition in its, there's continuity of history with how it's stated. So I really stand in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda V as a pro.
Hi, everybody. Linda V from Florida. I am definitely in favor of this. Evie and SSC worked with us when Florida brought this to the floor 2 years ago, and I believe we wanted to make it briefer, and part of the objection to the briefer language is that it wasn't in keeping with the tradition. So I think when it got passed last year with adding language to the tradition as opposed to taking away, that's why it is longer in this phase. So again, I'm pro, and it keeps the former tradition and just adds language to bring it into up to date with what's going on currently in media. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda, for the history.
Sally for a pro.
Thank you for letting me speak. This is Sally from NorCal. I'm the lead delegate this year, and they misspelled Sally as they transcribed me. Anyway, I believe that even though we are not affected by or should listen to other 12-step traditions, there are other fellowships that have solved this, longer standing fellowships that have solved this very nicely by keeping to the tradition and also adding something to it. And this is a perfect solution for us because it has gone through its group conscience process, and it has been worked over considerably, and I agree that this is the best wording for CoDA. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Sally.
Gail for a pro.
Sally and Linda said it very well. I'm going to pass.
Thank
you.
Gail.
So we have no cons. Did anybody change their mind and want to be a con?
Oh, I was a pro.
Please mute yourself.
I was a pro from before.
She's asking for pro.
Oh, we've already done 4 pros. So we're moving on.
I was a pro before I raised my hand and you took it off.
No, I write down in order of who comes first.
Okay.
Okay, so I do it in whoever gets there first, and we only have 4 slots. So
okay,
sorry.
I just thought my hand went out, so my mistake.
No worries, no worries. So Dave, you're doing no crafting, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we, let me just get my timer going here. All right, so no crafting. So can you please read the motion?
Yes. Motion, replace the current tradition 11 issue to replace the current tradition 11 with what is below. Our public relations policy is based on attraction rather than promotion. We need always maintain personal anonymity at the level of press, radio, films, television, and all other public forms of communication. Should I read the intent?
No. Thank you very much. We're going to do 30 seconds. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Chris, is there anybody that is not able to vote?
Okay, yes. Marilee B, her camera has been off this whole time. She's not responded. Also, we have someone in the room who's changed her name to Denare. I do not know who this person is, so I would like her to respond to my chat, please, and get renamed. That's what I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie, do you have that?
Was it Marley B was a no? Marley?
Marilee B.
Thank you.
Excuse me. This is Debbie W. Merrily passed the badge to me at 9 o'clock this morning Pacific time in the chat. It was not acknowledged by IMC, and then the chat was frozen, but I do have my voting on there and I have been present the whole time.
Okay,
I'm okay with that.
Sorry.
Yeah, if you could end the poll, Florence, please.
You want me to relaunch?
Not yet. We get to read the motion one more time.
Oh, right. I forgot about that too.
It's all right. Okay, so
somebody's hitting the, who's hitting the polling? Because I didn't do anything and it changed. That's for my events members. Somebody's hitting the polling.
So, Chris, are you a-okay with where we're at?
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Marilee, please turn your video back on. Thank you.
Dave, if you could read the motion one more time, please.
Yes. A motion, replace the current tradition 11. Issue, to replace the current tradition 11 with what is below. Our public relations policy is based on attraction rather than promotion. We need always maintain personal anonymity at the level of press, radio, films, television, and all other public forms of communication. Thank you.
Okay, Florence. Remember, if you're not supposed to be voting, just close the window.
In the chat, Don votes yes.
I know I just do lunch.
Okay, 1 minute.
Okay, we have, I saw 2 more yeses, so we have 42 yeses, 2 noes, 0 abstains. So it passes overwhelmingly over their 75% required.
And is there anybody that wants
Thank
to
you, everybody.
a 1 minute
Yeah.
minority view? Anyone?
This is Judy. I don't have a 1 minute minority view, but may I take 10 seconds to say, this is a huge change and I'm amazingly moved by the overwhelming support for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay,
Judy. Couldn't say it better myself.
we are ready for a break. We have a 5-minute break and
Hey, can I suggest we just go to lunch? What's the, wait,
Yes.
well,
Please.
lunch isn't for 20 minutes.
Wait a minute, I'm trying to get to my agenda.
So lunch.
What did we
lunch
have
is-
before lunch?
We've got your motion.
Before, it's supposed to go to before lunch?
Yeah.
Because my events members are telling me they're starving. So I would like to wait till after lunch to do our motion.
Well, somebody's got to bring that as a motion.
Okay.
This is Evie. I motion that we take lunch now, which will eliminate a break and an extra
Quorum pick.
quorum
This is
count.
Sally, and I would like to second that. Sally from NorCal, absolutely second that.
Bonnie, do you have that?
Evie from Connecticut.
Yes, thank you very much.
Do you have a poll, Florence?
Sorry, I gotta take this one down.
Krista, if you have something, then do me a favor and put it in the chat to events.
Okay, I'm gonna end.
Okay.
95%, 37 yes, 2 no. So we're gonna take our lunch. So what is it, a 40-minute lunch?
It says 40 minutes.
Okay, so can someone put the timer up in the box for the delegates?
Krista, Canada delegate, can I actually motion to add the 5-minute break that we missed earlier into that 40 minutes so we have a full 45-minute lunch?
That's a whole,
we have
that's
to
another
do another
motion.
poll.
That would have to be another motion.
I had my hand raised earlier, but it was not acknowledged.
Okay, so just, that's fine, and we will do that. But just remember, when the motion's on the floor, we have to vote on the first motion that's been brought and seconded before we can discuss the second motion. So we have a motion on the floor right now to make it a 45-minute lunch, adding the break that we're missing. Does anybody want to second that?
Catherine, it says the recording has stopped, so you might want to have this recorded. I'm sorry, Linda V from Florida.
Okay.
Sally from NorCal seconds the 5 minutes addition to lunch.
Sorry, can we stop interrupting, please?
30 seconds, please. God.
Grant
me the
serenity. Accept the thing I cannot change.
Things I cannot change.
The courage to change the things I can.
Things I can.
And the wisdom to know the difference.
To know the difference.
Okay, so we have another motion on the floor that has been brought and seconded. That motion is for there to be a 45-minute lunch instead of 40 to add the break. So do you have that poll, Florence?
I do. Connie, do you have the first and second?
I've got the second is Sally N, but I did not get who was the first.
It was Krista.
Thank you. From?
Krista Z, right?
Yeah, Krista Z, and she is, where are you from, Krista? Canada.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything in the chat, Florence?
I didn't see anything pop up. And did anybody else see anything?
I don't see anything. The numbers aren't moving. So did you close the poll?
Yeah, 32 yeses, 11 noes. 0 abstain.
Okay, so 45 minutes starts now for lunch. Thank you,
that
everyone.
makes it 1:30 my time, Eastern time. And the clock's already started.
And 10:30 for Pacific.
Can Events put the hospitality room in the chat so we can see where to meet for SSC?
Yeah, Kathy, you got that?
Hello?
Hey, Judy. Fucker. I think this is it.
Are we still on Zoom? Are we still on Zoom?
Yes.
try the link just posted in the chat. Not here.
Hey, Carol.
Asha.
Was SSC meeting now? There's a breakout room. Yeah, how did I get there?
I just
I can assign you.
Hey, Catherine.
Hello?
Hi, it's Mary. I just wanted to tell you, thank you. You're doing a good job.
Thank you, Mary. Appreciate it.
It is like herding cats.
I don't know, it might be harder.
That's quite possible. Codependent cat. Anyway,
Hey,
thank you.
Catherine, this is Linda V. I want to second Mary's comment. You're doing a great job. So
Thank you, my dear.
And thank you everybody from events too, because you're all doing great. This is not easy.
Absolutely.
I'll third it. This is Evie. You guys are doing a great
I
job.
can't imagine being you, so thank you for what you're doing.
This is Deborah D out in Oregon. Yes, I would agree with that too. And I was thinking the problem is that these are cats that are trying to herd each other.
Oh,
right. Okay, let's get ready for quorum. I know we've got a couple of seconds here or left. That little square over there is blocking us out, but everybody could just get ready. So as soon as the clock ticks, feel free to unmute yourself so we can do it quickly. Connie, are you back?
I'm back and ready.
Thank you, my dear. And I have 10:30, so we're going to start quorum.
Yeah, thank you,
See
Catherine.
how we do. Karen.
Did you say Karen?
Uh-huh.
Karen, one. I'm number one.
Melly.
2.
James K.
3.
Carmen.
4.
Evie.
5.
Chris K.
6.
Nancy O.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot my number.
You're 7.
Thank you, I'm 7.
Leo C.
7. 8.
You're 8. Yeah. Gail. Oh, wait a second. Yeah. Gail without a face here.
9.
Okay. Shannon O.
10.
Sarah J.
11.
Juliet.
12.
Linda V.
13.
Ann C.
15.
Rosanna.
8. Sorry, I'm lost. Which number I am?
15.
15. Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay. Sasha.
16.
Ruth Ann.
17.
Salvador.
18.
Marilee.
19.
Freddie.
20.
Pete.
21.
Krista.
22.
Madeline.
I forgot, 18 or 19?
No, you're 23.
Oh, 23, yes.
Pearl.
24.
Now, right now, I don't see other hands up for quorum, so I need hands up. So Dawn. Where'd you go, Dawn? You're muted. Still muted. Are you 25, correct? I can't hear you. Connie just confirmed that Dawn is 25.
Dawn is 25.
Thank you. Jorge.
26.
Great. And Jorge, just rename yourself.
Oh, yes.
When you guys came back in, you don't have your V's and X's.
Right.
Okay, so Jorge, you were 24?
26.
26, thank you. Lisa J.
27.
And Nora.
28. Awesome.
We have quorum. And yeah, there looks like a lot of people have to rename themselves. Quorum, we have quorum events. Are you ready to move forward with your motion?
I'm ready to go. I'm starting with my presentation first for the CSCs. So.
Okay, so I'm just gonna start your timer. You've got 40 minutes for whatever you're gonna do. And then let me know when
Can
you're
you go, can you set a timer for me for 8 minutes to give me a reminder if I go past 8 minutes on this part?
Okay, hold on one second.
I shouldn't, but just in case.
Okay, so I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay, thanks. Hello, everyone. I'm Florence. I'm the events chair. And the CoDA Events Committee, as I mentioned earlier today, puts on the CoDA Service Conference and the International CoDA Convention. We currently have 7 members and our board liaison. And I'm going to ask them just to quickly introduce themselves. Kathy H.
Florence, you're not on video, just as an FYI. You're a tree.
Okay, sorry. Let me one.
There you are.
Hi, I'm Kathy H. I'm the vice chair of the events committee.
Carol.
I'm Carol Ottawa and secretary for the events committee.
Yeah, and an interpretation liaison. She's done amazing work with interpreters. Kevin.
Hi, I'm Kevin from New York. Was workshops and then just a bunch of other random stuff.
Lorraine.
Hello there, I'm Lorraine from Atlanta, Georgia, and I am registrar for the events committee.
Shaf.
Hey everyone, I'm Shaf and I'm on the events committee.
And we have another member, Danielle M., although I don't know that she's going to continue on the events, but since she hasn't officially resigned, I left her name here. But she helped on some other things that we did this year. Barbara D is our board liaison. Barbara?
Hi, Barbara D. I'm on the CoDA board and I'm liaison to the events committee. Thank you.
And you've been an amazing liaison for us. Thank you. All right. So this past year, 2020 and 2021, CoDA Events Committee, in addition to our International CoDA Convention for 2020, which was in November, we also put on an end of winter retreat in March 2021, and these are all virtual events, and the global conversation with Ken and Mary that just occurred a week or so before conference. Through these 3 events, we generated around $7,500 in donations, which was awesome. We weren't expecting that. Okay. So we don't normally put on extra events, but I'll get to that when we do our motion. So save the date. So we divided out the CoDA Convention and CoDA Service Conference this year because we just felt it was too much to follow. Usually the CoDA Convention follows the conference, and when we're face-to-face, we're there the whole week and through the weekend. But we felt that that was too much taxing on people with the virtual environment, so we separated it out, and we have set the date for a 1-day International CoDA Convention on Saturday, October 9th. And we'll have more information following conference for that for registration. We're going with the theme Celebrate CoDA Community, and it's also CoDA's anniversary month. Upcoming, and I'm pleased to say that we will be in person next year. Yay, I can't wait to see you guys. It's going to be in Rapid City, South Dakota, and I'll get a little more details on that. And 2023, we have confirmed will be held in Woodlands, Texas, which is near Houston. And so we're very excited for that as well. So Rapid City, why Rapid City? So it's in South Dakota, and they were so kind to send us this whole presentation they put this on here that I didn't put that 2020. I changed it to 2022, but because we originally were supposed to go last year or this year, we were supposed to be in Rapid City. Yeah. And they sent this to us to get us excited for their event, letter of invitation. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but Katrina is the host will probably be the host liaison through, and I was hoping she would be here, but I didn't hear back from her, so I don't think that she's here, for South Dakota, saying wondrous things. It's time to carve your legacy, rub elbows with mighty presidents along with great chiefs and be as free as the bison. It's your time to go out and do big things. So they have offered us all kinds of help. Why Rapid City in the Black Hills? I mean, just look at that. Just says when you come together, you know, there's a lot of things to do. Rapid City comes face to face with history, relax in our natural surroundings, discover a place where granite needles, not buildings, pierce the sky. We invite you to join us in Rapid City to feel inspired, motivated, and ready to take on the world and do big things. That's their thing. Profile, what did I want to point out here was that, you know, it is accessible, and let's see, the weather, less snow than Denver, more sun than Miami and Honolulu, warmer than Minneapolis. Average temperature 73 May to October, 42 November to April. We're going there in August, so it'll be around 70s, I guess. Let's meet together with the bison, I guess that's what that's for. And this the Black Hills. They have a regional airport. It has 8 hubs: Chicago, Dallas, Fort Worth, Denver, Las Vegas, Minneapolis, Mesa, Phoenix, Salt Lake City, and seasonal service to Atlanta, Charlotte, Houston, Los Angeles, New York, and San Francisco. Unfortunately, my Baltimore airport's not there, but we have all these other ones. So let's see, they have 4 major airlines for our convenience, and you know, and the normal stuff that airports offer. And the hotel that we are currently working on a contract with the hotel Best Western. It's not signed yet, but we are currently working on it. And they are offering free shuttle service from the airport. And these are just distances if anyone would like to drive. And they are also offering us all kinds of assistance. They have complimentary convention services. They even said they would do our name badges. So it's something we're going to investigate as we go forward. And welcome packets is on there, which might be something that would be helpful to events. So do big things in recovery and come to Rapid City, South Dakota in 2022. The dates we are looking at is August 21st through August 28th, and we hope to see you guys there. So that's the end of my presentation there, and it leads into our motion. If we could get our motion up. So the CoDA Events Committee was created originally to put on the CoDA Service Conference and the CoDA International Convention. I'm sorry, somebody left my door open. All right. However, 3 years ago, we brought a motion to conference to get permission from you guys to be able to put on other events aside from the CoDA Service Conference and the International CoDA Convention. And originally we wanted to do a cruise retreat, and it was going to be an awesome event. And unfortunately the pandemic happened. We had at least 15 to 20 registrants, and we had people excited in Florida to help us out as the host community, but unfortunately a pandemic happened and we had to cancel that. And so because of that, we decided to try the virtual events And I named them before. We did the CoDA convention virtually, and then we did a end of winter retreat, and we did the Ken and Mary. We were supposed to be keeping, the original motion said to keep a separate budget. And since we didn't really put on a in-person thing, we have a bank account, but it only has a couple $100 in it from a fundraiser that we did in Atlanta. And all the money that we made from the donations that came in went to CoDA from the virtual events. So our original motion reads like this: to allow CoDA Convince Mini to organize financially self-supporting CoDA events, virtual face-to-face, separate from the CoDA Service Conference and International CoDA Convention, and the World CoDA Budget in coordination with local CoDA communities when possible. The CoDA Events Committee will maintain a separate financial account and be transparent through the process of planning, executing, and budgeting these events in communication with the CoDA board, published in our events meetings minutes, the quarterly service report, and then report to CSC each year. This will be added to the events committee description in the FSM. That actually was our original motion from 3 years ago. But it said we were only a trial 3-year period. So our 3-year period is up. So that's why we're bringing the motion back. So if you can scroll down to the crafting part, Connie. When we put this in the delegate packet, and unfortunately I was approached past the revision date time, but finance and the board both approached us about how the motion was worded in regard to the finances. And they would prefer that instead of the events kind of being separate and managing their own separate thing, that we do it in conjunction with the CoDA treasurer. So if you scroll down a little bit, so what they're suggesting is instead of separate from the CoDA World budget, we take that out. And then in crafting, we're going to add this back. We're going to take out the whole second paragraph and add back: CoDA treasurer will establish a separate account on behalf of the events committee to track the funds designated for this purpose. CoDA treasurer will maintain a spreadsheet tracking income and expenses and share it on a quarterly basis with CoDA board, finance and events, and QSR, and events will report SCOC. So, questions?
Okay, raise your hands for questions. 1 second. All right, Marilee.
Hi, Marilee from Northern California, delegate. I see CoDA as a sort of level playing field for people to participate, and I'm wondering how doing a cruise creates a level playing field for people to participate, or other such, local events versus the international events.
I don't quite understand the question.
It seems to me that these the ICC is for the international community, and that these other events that CoDA Events is wanting to do seem to me, not being virtual, are limited to the people who can afford to get to them or who live in that area, and that it's not serving CoDA as a whole. It's going to be really serving a very small number of codependents with these events. I'm wondering why or how this is
Okay.
a world service.
So when we put on the International CoDA Convention, what we do is we go to the local host communities and we try to get interest. Like for Rapid City, we'll be working with the local host community to do the International CoDA Convention there. So it's just a similar, we would be using that similar approach. We would just be doing another event, and we, it doesn't have to be a cruise. We can, do it the conventional going to a hotel and getting an interest from that host community if they want to do a world retreat in that area, and doing the same thing, that kind of the same process that we do for the international CoDA conventions. Does that answer your question?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
That's the how to put the event on. I'm addressing the issue of who it is serving, because this is, at least for me, our voting entity sends us, and I know that other voting entities are supported when they are not able to send delegates. And this doesn't seem to be supported in the same way.
Well, this is a recovery event, so the people would not be necessarily supported to come to these events in the way that a delegate is supported, because the delegate's supported to come to the business conference, and it just that the convention following gives them that gives them the benefit of being able to stay for a recovery event. But these are recovery events, and in that way they are serving the community and the whole the still suffering codependent, because it is open to everyone to attend.
Lisa J.
Hey, Lisa J, delegate from Illinois. So, gosh, and I had a lot of questions about this from my voting entity, and I'm unable to communicate with them. So it looks like we are okay with the revision, but I have a question. Were y'all fixing to be like a completely separate entity like CORE is, or are you staying a part of CoDA? Just, I guess I'm having difficulty making that distinction. So I would love to hear more about that piece. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. We are going to stay as a World CoDA Events Committee, part of CoDA Inc. and the fellowship, CoDA Fellowship. And that is part of the reason for the rewording with the financial account, because it made it sound like we were trying to be a separate entity when we were not.
Pete H.
Hi, PH, UK NSC, and very codependent. My question is this sort of thing not just trusted servant business that the events committee, I would have thought they would be free to actually undertake all of these actions without needing permission to do so, especially if they're generally self-supporting?
I appreciate that question. So the way that our description is in the Fellowship Services Manual right now says that the events committee is responsible for the CoDA Service Conference and the International CoDA Convention, but it doesn't say that we would do any other events. So we would like to change that in our description, which is why we're bringing the motion. Thank you.
Chris J.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get a reminder. And please, voting entities or people who are alternates or delegates, please get your videos on. Thank you.
Crystal Z.
Crystal or Krista?
Krista Z, sorry.
Okay, just making sure. I knew it would happen eventually. So Krista, the delegate from Canada, and this question is actually from my group Conscience of my local group, is how would the host cities of these events be determined? The question in its entirety was, would the events be monopolized by US host cities, or would the world be able to participate?
Well, we're hoping to do what we can to get world participation, and we will put out, I guess, what do you call it, feelers, I guess, to see who is interested and where. And since it's, kind of new for us, we need to start, that's why we kind of was starting off, a little with the cruise, was just an idea about doing something different. And then we've also done these virtual events, which we would still like to do virtual events too. But we would we would love to reach out to the rest of the world and see, if there's interest and if they would like us to support an event in their area.
But at this time, you're unaware of like that communication.
We don't have any. We don't have any plans currently. The only ones is the next virtual event in October and Rapid City right now is what we've been planning.
Okay, thank you.
So Florence, you've used up your 6 minutes for questions. I see 4 hands. Do you want to finish your questions or what would you like to do? You still have.
What's my total
have-
time so far?
You have 20 minutes left.
I'll take 2 more minutes in questions.
Okay, 1 minute. And we'll start with Rosa.
Hi, Florence. Thank you so much.
Hi.
I have a quick question. You may have already addressed it, but I got lost in the translation here. You mentioned that there will be a separate account. There will be CoDA treasurer will establish a separate account. Does this mean that they will have a separate that there will be funds allocated beforehand for events, and that's not already established?
Somebody's not muted.
I'm sorry. So that was my question. I mean, are we talking about an account or separate funds allocated for events for the events committee? That's one. Then that's one quick question, and then
no, I can only take one.
There's only one question.
Sorry. So all right, let me get this clear in my head. So we wanted it separate so that we would be able to keep track of the money that we're generating, so that if we did need to use money to, like, let's say, put a deposit on a hotel, maybe we could use that money. But we are supposed to be fully self-supporting. So basically what we're trying not to use any seed money if we don't have to, and just generate money through registrations. You know, but we would like it all to be kept in a separate accounting so that we can show, you know, what we're doing and if it's really making money or if we're losing money or whatever. So yeah. And this wording about how to track it was put together with the CoDA board treasurer, and basically she's going to take responsibility for tracking, is how I'm reading that. So
Judy T.
Thank you. I'm Judy T from Massachusetts. I have concerns about whether or not this might compete with local and regional events. And I'd like to know what thought you've given to that, because various regions like me in New England, we put on our own events and we don't want you competing with us. And at least one of our events is the profit from that, should there be any profit, is used to send delegates to the conference. So my region is very divided on this, and I'd like some clarification.
I would hope that we would look at that and try not to hold events in areas where there's something like that goes on, especially something like yours that's established and you do it yearly. And I mean, when we were planning, actually we had trouble when we were planning the cruise even, because there were some local events going on, and one of our events members, you know, she was involved with that. And so, yeah, I think we would try to avoid that at all costs.
So that's time again on your questions. I have 2 hands up and you've got 11 minutes and 14 seconds left. Are you doing crafting?
I would like to go to pros and cons, and we're doing crafting is what I have there. And if it's a simple craft, I might take it, but yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to lower. Hold on. Never mind, it went away. So those that would like to be pro, please raise your hand.
I also just want to say that if this doesn't pass, we would not be able to do any of the extra virtual events that we have been doing. Just to add that in there.
Okay, those that would like to be con, please raise your hands. Madeline, I have you as a pro. Are you changing your mind?
No, I'm pro.
Okay, so I've lowered hands because now we're doing cons. So I'm going to lower your hand again, but I've got you down on the paper. So right now I see one con, two cons. Anyone else want to be a con? I have three cons. All right. We are going to start with a Barbara D. Pro.
Barbara D., CoDA Treasurer. I'm in favor of this motion. It gives, I'm sorry, that's my clock. It allows events to do things beyond ICC and CSC. It allows them to sponsor retreats, including virtual retreats, and bring in more funds to do more of that. Right now, you have an ICC in South Dakota. That's not really great for somebody who's in Kansas. And so it's possible to have retreats in other parts of the country, other parts of the world, and bring CoDA recovery beyond just the one ICC. So I'm in favor of it.
Thank you. I've got Marilee as a con.
Yes, Marilee from Northern California. And we are, in the folks that I've been speaking with and the group conscience from my area, we are very happy that Events is wanting to do additional events for CoDA. And the concern is that they are operating independently. What we would like to see is that they support the local communities to organize events rather than holding their own events. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got a pro from Madeline.
Well, actually, mine was a comment. So
we're in pros and cons. So
yeah.
do you have a positive comment that you'd like to make?
Well, the positive comment is that even this is something that they do and they have experience, and they're going to make, as I understood, they will be making a survey before they go out and plan things. So I kind of like think this is good because this is going to expand it maybe throughout the US. You know, like someone mentioned before, South, North, East, and West. Will be an additional revenue, and I am in favor. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I've got a con by Dan R.
Dan R. Aldell from CoDA Canada. Just a couple of points. My gut feeling is saying no, based a bit on what our team in our VE has mentioned to me. And in part my own feeling, and a comment here, or maybe preferably a question is what I'm asking. Has the board, if necessary, has the board expressed a feeling on this at all? I don't even know if that's needed. Thank you.
So we go to a pro by Sally.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. Sally from Northern California, lead delegate this year. I remember going to ICCs in Phoenix and in Austin that were not connected to the CSC, and it was all on my own dime. And yes, that's because I put my dimes together and I was able to do that, and that may be limiting, but what I see this being in not only the meetings and possible crews and possible support of local, it will give some expertise to those events committees around the world. And I see a lot of cooperation and coordination being done. And I think that allowing them to have the opportunity to do this, as long as they check out with the local areas as to what might be in conflict or what might be in cooperation, it's a wonderful idea. Events should be given a little bit freer rein to investigate what is another way to give the message to those suffering codependents who are not part of our fellowship yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Melly with a con.
Melly from Arizona. One con is that on the motion as it is written, there is no statement on the environmental, financial, or cultural impact on communities that these events would be held.
Okay.
Connie, can you just scroll up to show like the whole motion? Because we're only seeing like part of the motion right now.
And Gail, we have a pro.
Just scroll back up and just show, I'm sorry, show where we're putting the from where we're putting the crafting, because that will end up being the motion. So yeah. Thank you.
This is Gail from the board. With the pre-crafting that we submitted, the board and myself are in favor of pass.
Thank you. So that is pros and cons, and we can now move to crafting.
So Connie, at this time, I would like to move all the crafting suggestions up to the actual motion.
So those that want to craft, please raise your hand. Okay, we're going to start with Melly.
Melly from Arizona. I think it would be important to add a sentence that says that research or extra vetting process will be made to ensure, or to, let me reword that. Research for vetting process will be made to investigate the environmental and cultural impacts on communities.
Oh, Jesus.
Please mute yourself.
In which these events will be held. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. And then before I'm waiting for an answer from my events committee on that addition, but Connie, if you could copy that paragraph from below about the finances and replace the second paragraph.
Here?
Yeah, that one.
To here?
All the way to, no, well, you need that it's going in the FSM. Yeah, there.
Judy
And
T.
Yeah, could you scroll down a little bit on the, yeah, there, stop there, please. Where it says CoDA treasurer will establish a separate account on behalf of events committee to track the funds designated for this purpose. CoDA treasurer will maintain a spreadsheet. Okay, now, after that sentence, I would like to, and I'm sorry I don't have the specific wording, but I would like to insert something in. If there is a profit, if there is a positive cash flow from an event, that money shall be returned to CoDA Inc.
Florence.
So I'm going to say no to that one, and I'll tell you why. And I understand what you're saying, but this is all this money will be part of CoDA Inc. It's not separate. And with the board and finance and events are planning to have a meeting on the particulars of how these finances will be held. And I don't want to put something into the motion that's going to, make it difficult to figure out a process.
Thank you. I do understand that. And I would like to see, further reports coming up about how you intend to work that out. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Ruth Ann. Do you have some crafting?
Yeah, my remark is on the crafting for the vetting process, investigating environmental impact on communities. I don't think we should, that should be included because I'm not sure. I think maybe that's a violation of CoDA's getting involved in outside issues. So I think maybe that shouldn't be part of the scope of what CoDA does. Just
okay, Ruth Ann, did you have a crafting suggestion?
I would like to take that out.
Okay, so and actually, Ruth Ann, I just got a group conscience from my events members that they are not in agreement with that crafting, so we will take it out.
Thank you.
Any more crafting? Florence, you've got 2 minutes left of crafting and you've got 4 minutes to finish up and vote.
Are there any more hands?
Anne just put her hand up. Anne?
Yeah, Anne C. from Oregon delegate. Is there a place we could add consideration of scholarships for these things? You know, is there any funds for scholarships to help people pay the registration or waive it? I don't know where that would go exactly though.
Thank you.
Let me see if my events members say anything.
And while you're doing that, I'm going to go on to Lou because we're running out of time here. So Lou, do you have a crafting suggestion?
Yes, as it reads, the change that the committee had suggested is not been done in the first paragraph, which is removing and the World CoDA budget.
Oh, yes, you're right. You're right. We didn't take yeah, that needs to come out.
So the third line, to stay up right there, the third line after ICC, take out the and World CoDA budget. Yep, just to eliminate that.
My events members about the scholarship comment is saying that we already do that ICC has scholarships and we can, you know, if we're successful with other things that could probably be something we can look to in the future. So they don't think that it needs to be put into the motion. Thank you for that suggestion though.
Okay, Florence, can you read the motion as it stands now, please?
Yes. To allow the CoDA Events Committee to organize financially self-supporting CoDA events, virtual or face-to-face, separate from the CoDA Service Conference and International CoDA Convention, in coordination with local CoDA communities when possible. CoDA Treasurer will establish a separate account on behalf of the Events Committee to track the funds designated for this purpose. CoDA Treasurer will maintain a spreadsheet tracking income and expenses and share it on a quarterly basis with CoDA Board, Finance, and Events, and quarterly service report, and events will report at CSC. This will be added to the Events Committee description in the FSM.
30 seconds. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Chris, is there anybody that is not able to vote on this?
I just want to check in with Philip. Your internet is stable? If you could give me a thumbs up. I think we're good to go.
Okay, read the motion again, Florence.
You scroll up a little bit, Connie. To allow the CoDA Events Committee to organize financially self-supporting CoDA events, virtual or face-to-face, separate from the CoDA Service Conference and International CoDA Convention, in coordination with local CoDA communities when possible. CoDA treasurer will establish a separate account on behalf of the events committee to track the funds designated for this purpose. CoDA treasurer will maintain a spreadsheet tracking income and expenses and share it on a quarterly basis with CoDA board, finance, and events and QSR, and events will report at CSC.
Who's going to launch the poll?
Kevin's supposed to.
Okay, Kevin.
Yeah, that should not.
Please mute yourself. Thank you. Okay, 1 minute. There we go.
There's a pool.
Yay.
Anything,
And
anybody in the
there is
chat? Yeah.
There's one vote. There's one vote for yes in the chat. So that's 36 yeses, 7 noes, and no abstains.
Yay, thank you guys. I'm complete.
Okay, literature, you are up.
Oh, here comes the coloring book.
All righty.
Hold on just 1 second for me. I've got about 4 timers I've got to get going here. Thank you.
Hi, this is Terry D. I don't see myself, but I guess I'm there. I
see you.
I unmuted and I stopped and I opened the video, so I don't know what's going on, but anyway.
I don't know.
Terry,
you.
Terry,
So
this is Connie. Which motion are we on? Is it the newcomer
Number
handbook?
1. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we'll take them in order. I would like to ask for other committee members that may be here, Sally, Sarah, Elise, Jillian, Leslie. Could they possibly unmute? I guess maybe you can unmute if you have something that you want to say. But I just want to recognize that they're all here. So I'd like to just make a few opening comments, which it's really my privilege to serve the fellowship in service with CoDA literature. We have just an amazing group of people that have been, some have been on the committee for quite a few years and some are pretty new. And we've just been working together just marvelously the last year. And I'm really happy about that. We are pleased to announce that we have 6 new members that are in the process of joining or will join the committee. So it's going to really help us out a lot next year. One of the things I wanted to mention before getting started, because this is kind of, I think this has application to each of the motions that we're bringing, is that there are some minimal mistakes and or grammatical issues or capitalizations, things like that, that we've missed. And we've gotten many emails after the time that we could actually make any changes before presenting to the committee. So if you will bear with us, before anything gets printed, we will take those into consideration. I'm going to ask for no crafting, except for one actually on this this particular project in the newcomer handbook. Oh, and the other thing I just wanted to say is that we really want everybody to send in their stories. If you feel the urge to send in to write your story, what we're looking for a new book, it's called Story Gatherers. We're looking for stories that are similar in length and depth to Codependence Anonymous, our original book, which is now, I don't even know, 30 years old. It's really old. The stories are still great, but we really would love to have some contemporary stories, particularly from people from a diversity of backgrounds. I just want to recognize that every member in the literature committee is white. I don't know for sure, but I'm going to guess probably almost everybody is cisgendered, monosexual. We have a lack of diversity, and we would love to have more diversity both on the committee and in our literature. And if anyone wants to talk more about that, you can email me at literature@coda.org, and I'll be happy to talk more about it. In the last couple of years, we've made an effort to, as we go through and we edit works that are coming up for reprinting, to remove gender specific, as much as we can, terminology like he, she, we've replaced with they, just sort of simple things like that. But I just want to recognize the fact that we have a long way to go to really celebrate diversity in our CoDA literature. So I think that's really all I wanted to say about that. I could say more, but I won't because we only have a certain amount of time. All right, so this first motion is basically for CSE to endorse a new version of the newcomer handbook. It's our second edition. This is the first time there's been a major revision to this booklet, as far as I know. And the reason why we felt it was important to do this is because we want to serve the fellowship by creating an improved resource that introduces the CoDA program to the newcomer and to others. Newcomer handbook is not just for newcomers. I just would advocate. So what we did was we updated, reorganized, and expanded the original handbook to reflect current understanding of our program. The previous version was kind of, I mean, I don't want to sound disparaging, but a little haphazard. It needed some editing, which we did. And we also added a lot of new content that we wrote ourselves. And there was maybe one or two that came from people not on the committee, one or two items. And per the motion that was passed at last year's CSC, and I apologize, I did not look up the number of the motion, we did expand what was originally considered the 4 parts of the CoDA program to include service as the 5th part of the program. So parts of the program, in case you didn't know, attending meetings, sharing and fellowship, working the steps, sponsorship, and service. Okay, can you scroll down a little? Thank you. And the changes in this version are extensive enough to be designated, I guess I already said this, as a second edition. The designation will make clear to those purchasing the handbook that it includes significant differences from the original. And I hope that it will encourage new sales for both individuals and groups. So I really want to encourage everybody to buy the new one when it comes out. I'm not sure exactly when it will come out, but to buy the new one when it comes out. And we did slightly change the name. It's no longer Newcomer's Handbook, it's Newcomer Handbook, to be grammatically correct. So I think I'm done talking at this point. What comes next?
So what comes next is questions.
Oh, yeah, questions. Perfect.
So I'm going to get the timer ready. Those that have questions, please raise your hand and I will be happy to start and call on you. Remember, questions are supposed to be a minute. So if somebody's going over, I'm just going to say time and I'll ask you to wrap up. We are going to start with Linda V.
Terry, thank you and the committee for these for all of it. I just have a question. How long will it be? Do you know from the the passing of this motion to when the newcomer handbook will be available to us?
That's really a core question, and I'm not sure. I know the next booklet that we're going to be talking about will be really quick because they're almost out if they're not out. I'm not sure. They tend to print them every 1.5 to 2 years. They kind of try to print the number that they think they'll sell within that amount of time, but I wish I could answer that question. Maybe, I don't know, could Yvonne or Richard answer that question? Can we ask that? I can get back to you on it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Lisa J.
Lisa J, delegate from Illinois.
Sorry?
Sorry?
Please mute yourself.
Okay, so my voting entity would like to have a couple of prayers potentially added. Would you be open to hearing about that as part of crafting?
Indeed.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Yes, Jorge.
Yes, hi, Jorge B. with Mexico. And the question is, I don't know how it works, but basically if this is approved, then it goes to printing. And then how do we do to get this into Spanish?
Well, that is a super good question. I don't really know like exactly the answer. It happens. And I don't mean to sound facetious about it, but there is a way that it's done, but I don't really know exactly how it's done. And that's really a good question because, you know, until the new version gets translated into Spanish, you'll have the older version. So
Right. Okay.
I don't know. I have to.
As long as it happens, it's good.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Exactly.
Krista Z.
Hi, Krista Z, delegate from Canada. Can I just clarify the 5th part service, has that already been printed? Or is that a new piece being put in this new book?
Oh, it's expanded into this book.
Okay, so it's not public yet. Okay, cool.
Right. Well, actually, you know, the funny thing is, sorry, this is just a little aside, but you guys might like to know when the motion was passed last year and we opened up the newcomer handbook to, okay, I'll admit I'm not one that uses it all the time, but anyway, so when we opened it up, I was like, wait a minute, there's the 4 areas of the of recovery, and service was literally the next section in the book. So it was actually already there, but just not with the letter, you know, the number V next to it, that wasn't number 5. So we just took it and expanded on it. So yeah. So it's new, and it's new as a part of the program, but not completely 100% new. That makes sense.
Okay, so we don't have any more questions. We will go to pros and cons. Please raise your hand if you would like to be a pro. Okay, I have my pros. Let me clear hands. And any cons? Raise your hand, please. Any cons? Going once. Going twice. Hit your button. Okay, we will start with pro Nancy O.
Hi, Nancy O from New Brunswick, Canada, from the CoDA board. I'd just like to say I read through the entire booklet and I noticed what a comprehensive change it was with about 20 plus more pages. I noticed that and just noticed a few little editing changes, which the board decided that we would just send our offerings to you to help you do your job. But we are in support of this new booklet and great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pro for Linda V.
Oh, okay. Hi, Linda V, Florida delegate. I just want to thank the Literature Committee for including service as an additional and expanding on that, because I think service for some reason in CoDA has been just kind of a stepchild, and I'm so glad that this year is the year of service and that we are making it officially part of the newcomer packet. So thank you.
Thank you.
Dan R for a pro.
Dan R from CoDA Canada, alternate delegate. 2 things you mentioned, Terry, that I just I love to death is that the booklet is not just for newcomers. I worked in the translation of that into French, and honest to God, the stuff that I picked up on, and I've been in CoDA over 10 years, and it's like, it's just awesome. It's a reminder, if you wish, or a refresher for me. And to accentuate the service section, I'm a big service fan, as I believe that service is what encourages me to recover in a better way. So to have that in the booklet, right on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Gail S for a pro.
I'm just going to ditto everyone. Amazing job.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody want to be a con? Okay, so Terry, did you say that you were open to crafting, or how do you want to do crafting?
Well, we've sort of pre-vetted or whatever a crafting from the voting entity in Illinois. So I will accept that one.
Okay, so I'm going to put the timer on just to be on track here. And then you can go ahead with that crafting.
Okay, Lisa J, delegate from Illinois. So from my voting entity, they requested that the recovery prayer and the third step prayer be added to the booklet. And it was my understanding that literature committee agreed on. Terry?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were going to finish.
No, that's your job. That's your story, not mine.
Okay. Yeah, we were really happy to have you remind us about the recovery prayer, because had we thought of it, we would have thought it was a really good idea to include it, but we just didn't think of it. It's a nice short prayer, and I'm wondering if in a second, if you wouldn't mind reading it. But
I don't mind at all. I've got it when you're ready.
We said no to the third step prayer, and the reason is just, even though it's a wonderful prayer, we just felt that it didn't belong in the context of the newcomer handbook, that it was something that people could discover as they work the steps.
Okay. So the CoDA recovery prayer is on the coda.org website, and it reads, God, help me to accept other people as they are, recognize my own feelings, meet my own needs, and love myself just as I am.
Beautiful. Thank you.
And so we would like to see that added. Thank you.
That prayer was brought to the conference, I forget, in like 2016 or 17, something like that, as a service piece. So that's why it's on the website, but we've never actually put it in any piece of literature. And I just think it would be really nice here. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This is Connie. Do I need to add anything in here?
Well, it's not actually in the, that's a good question. It's not really in the motion. It's actually in the piece of literature. And I think we can just do that.
Thank you.
Could it be, you have to write
might be
that
wrong
it occurred?
Thank you.
Yeah. Connie, do you need to write that it happened though?
Yes.
Oh,
as part of crafting, if you will.
Yeah, probably so.
Thank you.
So however you want to make that notation. And so that's all the crafting we're going to discuss, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so let me go to.
I think you need to give Connie time to write that.
Yeah.
Before we go on. So CSC to endorse, why don't we just put up there, see it will include, in parentheses, will include, what was it?
Oh, the CoDA recovery prayer.
The CoDA recovery prayer.
Mm-hmm.
So up there where it says see attached document, you see where it says that?
There you go.
No, just put in parentheses.
Where?
Up.
It's under the very top where it says motion/issue. Yeah. It's the second line. It says CSC to endorse newcomer handbook, second edition dated 2021, and then see attached document. Yeah, there you go. And to include the CoDA recovery prayer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Terry, if you could please read the motion.
Oh, sure. CSC to endorse newcomer handbook, second edition dated 2021. See the attached document to include the CoDA recovery prayer.
Gonna do 30 seconds. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Terry, if you could read the motion one more time, please.
Catherine?
Yeah, Chris, Terry, hold on one second, but you're muted as well. Chris, anybody that isn't able to vote?
Okay, we had one delegate lose power. She has recused herself, and we have another delegate who just logged on. She's kept an X, so I believe that we have no other points to consider.
Thank you. Okay, Terry, if you could read the motion one more time.
Yep. CSC to endorse Newcomer Handbook, 2nd edition, dated 2021. See the attached document and to include the CoDA recovery prayer.
Lawrence, you have the poll.
Oh, shoot. Sorry, it's going to take me a second. Somehow that got missed. Somebody did something.
I'm going to pause for technical difficulty here.
Sorry, I got distracted and
you were celebrating.
Well, I set up the board elections and then I forgot to set up the literature ones. That's what happened. So, okay. It's coming.
One vote in the chat.
And remember, if you're not supposed to vote, just close the window.
Yeah, I'm going to end because I think it's completed. So,
okay, it's about a minute.
There's one yes in the chat, so that's 40 yeses, 2 noes, 0 abstains. So it passed by 95%.
Okay,
more than 2/3.
Terry, you ready to do motion number 2?
Yeah, just have to start the video and unmute myself. Okay, motion 2 is very similar to the previous one. It's expanding making choices in recovery. Sorry, let me just read the thing. Making choices in recovery, positive affirmations for working on our shortcomings. CSC to endorse making choices in recovery, positive affirmations for working on our shortcomings. 2nd edition, dated 2021. See attached document. Could you scroll up just a little bit? Connie, thank you. The intent, background, and other information to update, expand, and deepen the content of the original booklet, Making Choices, to reflect current understanding of how to work steps 6 and 7. modify the title to better reflect the content and encourage members to read and use it. And then our remarks are, just the second edition designation makes clear that the handbook is significantly different from the original and will encourage new sales from both individuals and groups. And this one I can tell you, I think is going to come out pretty soon because core is pretty low, if not out of the old ones. So I guess now it's time for questions. Hopefully everybody had a chance to take a look at it. Oh, I can make just one comment. I apologize. So routinely we take a look at booklets and et cetera whenever they're ready for reprinting. And it's usually just kind of like a rote thing. You go through and you know, add S's or, you know, commas or take things out or whatever, minimal editing. But we got to page 9. Well, I'll just speak for myself. I got to page 9, which was called something like spirituality and sexuality. And I looked at that and I was like, yeah, that's not good. We need to totally change that. So we all took a look at it, that page, and then we got to the beginning and we thought, well, all right, let's just take a look at what else we can do. And so it just kind of grew from there to, in a sense, we didn't really reorganize the book too much, a little bit of reorganizing, but really expanded a lot of the ideas, and we reworked and both expanded and changed a lot of the affirmations because some of them were not what we would now consider affirmations. So it was kind of took on a life of its own. So there you have it. That's what happens sometimes. So now I guess I'm open for questions.
Okay. So we're going to start with Dan R.
Dan from CoDA Canada, alternate delegate. Question, where are you? Mary? No.
I don't know. I don't know where I am. I don't see myself either. I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Okay.
Because of the extensive changes you made to the Making Choices booklet, had you guys or yourself thought of possibly just having a different booklet? Keeping the original Making Choices alone, leaving it alone, and creating this new one?
No, honestly. I don't mean to be snippy about giving you an answer, but we just felt that the old one was not as good as it could be. Let's put it that way. And the other reason is, I think for a lot of us, when we actually picked up and really read through it, we were like, oh, this is about steps 6 and 7. We really didn't know that that's what it was about from having, okay, I'll admit, you know, maybe not knowing all the literature perfectly in terms of the booklets, you know, having had a casual contact with it. When we started looking at it, we thought, oh, this could just be so much better. So no, we really didn't. Though that's a good question.
Melly?
Melly from Arizona. I have a question about, or I guess, can you show us examples of some updates and showing more non-gendered language with the higher power?
Yes. I'm not sure how to do that though. I mean, just technically, I don't know. Is that possible? Events committee, can we do that? Can we look at the document? I don't know if they have it up. But I can, if you go to
what document is it?
It's the Making Choices in Recovery. It's yeah.
It's in the delegate packet?
Yeah. I forget the exact title of it, but it should say something like, that's not it.
You can continue. I'll try to get it up.
No worries. It should say something about, you know, to go with motion 2. I don't know.
Okay, while you're looking, Liliana has got a question.
Perfect.
Yes, I would like to know about steps 6 and 7. What do you think are the improvements that this new booklet could take to the recovery?
Well, what I can say is, and I'm sorry, I don't have it right in front of me, but hopefully we will in a minute. What we did was we expanded the prose, like, and trying to remember. So there are sort of little chapters in it, or, you know, like it's a page or 2 pages that have different aspects of like my thinking, my emotions, my body, my integrity, things like that. And so we just really we expanded that. And then we added a lot of more, whatchamacallit, I can't think of the word. Little statements. Can somebody help me out with the word? I'm just like blanking on the word.
Affirmations.
Thank you. Affirmations. You know, it's a simple word, but I'm getting older. The words fly out of my brain. Yeah, and also, I can't remember. Maybe somebody else who worked on this, Jillian, maybe you might remember, put you on the spot. Did we reworked some of the prayers too, didn't we? I think. Did we write the prayers? No, there were prayers in there before. But mostly we expanded on the description of like, oh, and the other thing is there's a couple of little sections on like, oh, if I can remember now, something like, you know, from pain to freedom, or I made that up. I can't remember, but you know, like more or less the problem, you know, the problem focused, and then what, how you feel so much better after going through step 6 and 7.
Pete H has a question.
Hi there, PH, UK NSC, codependent. Thanks very much for everybody's service. This looks great. And but I was wondering, in terms of this new booklets and other, you know, new literature, new releases, new rewrites, and new literature coming out, is there going to be options for
Can you stop
digital?
right there? Can you just stop right there? I'm sorry, Pete. I just wanted to show people the table of contents. So it's, yeah, so it goes from fear to faith, shame to acceptance, and the various aspects that shame and acceptance might show up in my body, my emotions, my thoughts, my spirit, my integrity. Okay, you can keep going. Yeah, I'm sorry, Pete. I just wanted to point that out.
No worries. Yeah, so is there likely to be, in terms of this and other new literature and republications, going to be the option for like digital distribution, sales, and so on, as well as the physical literature?
I hope so. That's a core question. I know that that's an area that they're hoping to develop, but I can't really answer that. I mean, I guess I would say it's a, you know, it's a goal, but it's not there yet. And then
Terry, that's time for questions for you. So you can answer. You had a couple of hands up, or we can just move on, whatever you want to do.
Why don't we just take a couple more minutes, because I'd like to scroll. Can you scroll down to like my sexuality? Let's just go there. Yeah, it'll take a minute, because that's the one that, like I said, that's the one that caught our eye and we went, that's really old. We really need to.
That was added. Terry, that was added about step 6 and 7, the beginning.
I'm sorry?
You missed out at the beginning where we expanded on step 6 and 7 at the beginning.
You're right. I was just focusing on the, well, we can go back to that, I guess.
Before then, I think. Before then, it says step 6 and 7.
Right. But can you just go to the, keep scrolling down to this, my sexuality? I think it's the next one.
Yeah. This is Elise. Might I say something quickly about that part?
Please do.
Okay. I was not on the committee that worked most closely with this, but I did edit when all the work was finished. And one thing that was very ironic about this piece, and this was a piece that helped me tremendously earlier in my recovery, but for a piece that was about accepting myself and not shaming myself, some of it was quite shaming. And that really struck us.
Yeah. So I would say, so we talk a little bit about, you know, how a lot of us have experienced abuse or shaming, et cetera, around our sexuality. And then the very, almost the last paragraph, As we progress in our recovery, sexuality issues invariably arise. Relying on our higher power is a good place to start the healing process. When we are ready, talking with our sponsor and friends in CoDA is affirming and supportive. We dare to stand in our own truth. And then if you could scroll down just a teeny bit more, then there's a bunch of affirmations that would answer that question. Like, for example, let's see, number 9, I am entitled to set my own sexual boundaries. There was another one that was kind of, I can't remember now. Yeah, so it's basically affirming that we get to choose. It's
Number
not,
7.
yeah.
Number 7.
Number 7? Oh, yeah. I express my sexuality in healthy ways that respect myself and others. So does that answer your question? Was it Krista? Were you the one that asked the question? I can't remember who asked the question.
No, not me. Sorry.
It was Melly from Arizona.
Oh yeah. I just saw Krista's name in front. That's sorry about that. Okay.
I just like number 8.
Number 8.
So are we going to?
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Are you crafting it all?
No, I just wanted to show some things. Yeah, people were asking differences. Yeah.
Excuse me, the prayers were also added.
Oh yes, that's right. We did add the prayers.
Okay, so then we are going to, if you could read the motion as.
Oh, it's not on my screen anymore.
As it sounds. Connie, if you could bring it back up, please.
Thanks. All right. Oh, now it's blocked.
Wait, we haven't done pros and cons.
Oh, you're right.
Shoot. Boy, my goodness. Thank you. Okay. Judy, I'm going to lower your hand here for a second. Wow. That's what happens when you eat lunch early. I was engrossed. Okay. Those that would like to be a pro, please raise your hand. Judy, did you want to be a pro? Judy T, did you want to be a pro? I'm sorry, you're muted.
Yes, I do want to be a pro.
Okay, thank you.
Are you ready for me?
Nope. Hold on.
Judy, you are a pro.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I am going to lower all hands. And those that would like to be a con, please raise your hand. Any other cons? Okay, 1 minute here. We are going to start with the pro from Judy T.
Thank you. I'm Judy from Massachusetts, and I very much want to thank Terry and the entire Literature Committee for all the projects they've taken on and produced this year. I think it's wonderful. And I'm especially pleased to see that Making Choices has been updated and expanded. It was a very old-fashioned booklet, if you will. And so it really needed some oomph, and I think it's got some now. So thank you. And I'm very much in favor of this revision.
We have a con from Philippe.
I just want to say that I haven't received the delegate passage. I have every trust in Gillian, whom I know well, and I love Terry's presentation, but I am concerned on, if you like, conscience issues on voting on something where I've not read the literature. Now, I'm not sure that it's your fault at all. I've had an email saying they've sent me stuff, and I'm going to vote in favour, but with that proviso that I can go back to the people I'm representing and saying I was voting out of trust for Gillian and trust for Terry, who has presented well, because I think that I should not normally vote for something that I haven't actually read through. If that doesn't make sense. I'm concerned about it. Thank you.
We have a pro from Nancy O.
Yes, I'd just like to ditto what Judy T said, absolutely everything. And once again, the board is in favor of the changes, and thank you for all your work on this.
Thank you. It was, I don't know. It's hard to say. I have a real fondness for the work that we did on this because we just got to know each other so well. It was great.
Pro from Lisa J.
Lisa J, delegate from Illinois. So I did a quick search through the PDF for the pronouns he, she, him, her, 0. Thought that was pretty awesome. But aside from that, just as a recovering person who has come up against resistance around steps 6 and 7, and that sometimes they just kind of get glossed over, to have a piece of literature that really focuses in and openly points out that it's step 6 and 7 is fantastic. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Lisa.
Hold on one second. Okay, I just want to note that at 11:55, we were supposed to be taking a break.
Oh boy.
And so that is the alarm that just went off that it is break time. So we are, we have 2 more pros. I don't believe, Terry, that we're doing crafting on this.
No.
Okay. And then we could take a vote and we could then take a break if that's how the floor would like to do that. But I need to hear from you.
Diane S. from Arkansas would like to make a motion that we complete this and then take our break.
I second that.
Who was the second?
Jorge? I'm sorry, Jorge of Mexico, yes.
Did you get that, Connie?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So can we have a poll, Florence? Anything in the chat? I think we could probably stop it. Nothing's moving and it's unanimous.
Yay.
So let me get my.
What's the
timer.
official count, please?
Florence, the count, what was it, 37 or 38? 4? You're muted.
40.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a pro from Shannon O.
Yeah, I actually just also put a point of order because my understanding is that we're meant to wait for the chair to call on us before we say something, but is that not true for motions and seconding? Because that's why I put my hand up when you asked for the motion. But someone else motion, someone else is just second.
Yeah, I think that what I found works easier is when we're doing a motion to just, if somebody's going to just say a motion, they just say it. And then if they're going to second it, they just second it. It just makes it
okay, because
easier
I've been
for me.
perceiving that as being interrupted. So I've been trying to like follow procedure, but if the procedure's changed, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I just find it easier because there's just too much of a delay and there's hands for different reasons. So if you have a motion when we're asking for a motion, then yeah, if you could just say it and then just second it, please.
Okay, because yeah, I haven't been doing that because I don't remember that being clarified anywhere.
I'm sure I probably didn't. I apologize.
No worries. And I just want to reiterate what everyone has said. I really hope that this piece of literature gets published, and I can't wait to have a copy in my hands and give some copies to other fellows. Thanks.
Okay, so That's pros and cons. Terry, you said no crafting. So if you could read the motion as it stands,
Sure.
please.
CSC to endorse making choices in recovery, positive affirmations for working on our shortcomings, second edition dated 2021 in the attached document.
I'm going to take 30 seconds. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know
the difference.
Chris, is there anybody that should not be voting for this?
Chris K did leave the room. He has sent me a chat that he is recusing himself. That's the only one.
Okay, great. So you have that, Connie?
Who was that, please?
Chris K.
Thank you.
And Terry, if you could read the motion one more time, please.
Sure. CSC to endorse making choices in recovery, positive affirmations for working on our shortcomings, second edition dated 2021 in the attached document.
We have a poll. Okay, is there anything in the chat? Nothing's moving on your poll here. Looks like it's done.
Okay. I'll wait a couple more seconds just since it's
Anybody in the chat? So you have a yes in the chat?
So one yes in the chat?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's 40 yeses, 1 no. So passes by 2/3, more than 2/3.
Great.
Okay, so literature, I am pausing your time and we are taking a 15-minute break.
Kathy, I just have a quick question. How much more time do we have left? I really lost track.
You have 30 minutes.
Okay.
Hi, when we reconvene, could finance have 20 seconds to make an announcement?
Yep, I've got it written down, Rob.
Thank you very much.
Terry D, this is Judy. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I just wanted to say hi. It's so good to see you.
Yeah.
Sort of see you.
Yeah. Virtually. Yeah, it's great. I was very happy that you sent your comments yesterday. It just seemed like
Connie, can you put the timer up?
Okay.
Judy, I'd like to say hello to you. It's been quite a
Hi.
while.
Well, I haven't seen you in a long time, Leslie. How are you?
We moved to a retirement community in February. And,
I remember that you were going to.
yeah, it took 5 years to get there.
Yeah. I totally get that because I've been talking about moving for a couple of years now. My husband and I wanted to go to a condo. We don't want to be in a house anymore. And it started off slow and then we kind of faded and then the market went insane.
Mm.
How do you like it in the new place?
We like it. Jean especially was not sure she was going to enjoy communal living because she'd never done it before.
Yeah.
Actually, I never had either, other than a 3-flat apartment building when I was first married. But yeah, we both like it. met a lot of neat people, and it's been fun.
What town are you in now?
Still Walnut Creek. We moved
Oh,
about
okay.
5 miles
Oh.
west of where we were.
Oh, okay. And how is she? Is she in good health?
She is.
Good. Terry, I was thinking earlier this year about coming on to the literature committee. Not really interested in doing like all the projects and all that, but there was one.
That was weird.
Judy, everybody got muted, so you're
Muted.
muted.
Yeah, yeah. Yep, she's still muted.
Terry, are you there?
I am.
Congratulations on your.
Oh, thank you.
In case anyone hasn't noticed, I'm on the road.
I see that.
Yes, I've been on the road all morning. I was able to get connected for the morning session until a little past break, but then I've only been able to get back on about 15 minutes ago. So I did not vote, but I'm very happy to hear the outcome. And
great, thank you.
I'm going to be auditing the meeting because unmuting and raising and lowering my hand while I'm driving at 70 miles an hour is not recommended.
Probably not a smart idea. Yeah.
About 6 hours from being home, having driven across the United States.
Oh my.
Yeah, I left Chicago last night after the meeting, after the fireworks over Lake Michigan. And so it's great to see the meeting moving along, and just being able to audit it is while I'm traveling is an amazing experience.
Is it a holiday that I don't know about? What were the fireworks for?
Apparently, Chicago has fireworks on Wednesdays. I don't know why. And Saturday in the evening from the pier across Lake Michigan. And I was staying in a high rise overlooking Lake Michigan in the penthouse of a high rise.
Nice.
So I got to enjoy the fireworks and then get on the road again. So yeah, it was really great. And the amazing thing is to be able to just be in the meeting as I roll across, what is it, Indiana? No, I guess it was, yeah, Ohio.
Ohio, yeah.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's cool.
So are you in New York State now?
No, I'm in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Pennsylvania takes forever.
Big state. Yes, big state, I know. You don't have, I know how big Pennsylvania is. I bicycled across it.
Really?
Well, I bicycled across the United States. So Pennsylvania is one of the bigger horizontal eastern states.
Right. I must ask, there's some place in Pennsylvania that I want to go to that I haven't been to because it seems too far west. I want to go to Falling Water. You know, the house.
Oh, yeah. Taliesin East.
It is toward the western part of the state, Judy.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Also, you have to walk up a path. It's not the easiest to navigate, FYI.
I'm going to step away for a couple of minutes, but I'll be back.
Yeah, me too.
David, you've been muted, but just wanted to say hi, safe travels, and yeah, we'll see you when you get there. This is Lou from Illinois. You're muted still, David.
Unmute myself. Lou, thank you. Yeah, I sent you a text. I don't know if you got it.
I did.
I had family put me up thank you.
Sounds like you had a much better view of fireworks than you would have gotten here.
You know, one of these days I have to get down to Champlain and Urbana, really.
Okay, well, we would love to see you.
I had a friend who taught there at Urbana many years ago. And from his description, it should really be on my bucket list.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. So rolling along. I've got to get back home by Saturday in order to run the fellowship form, which Communications Committee has taken on. And so we do that now, and that's a good thing.
Yep. Well, blessings upon you and safe travels.
Well, thank you. You're looking great.
Thank you.
This is Gail, David. Thank you for taking over the forum.
Yes.
I loved doing it, but I finally just couldn't do it anymore.
Thank you for your help and support. Yeah, I'm learning how to do it. You know, if I can do it half as good as you, I'll consider it a success.
Progress, not perfection.
Well, I let you know, I'm so glad I got to see how you did it, because I would have been 6s and 7s and all thumbs if I hadn't.
Can anyone tell me where we're at in the 15 minutes of this break?
6 more minutes.
6 minutes
Thank you.
left.
David, what is the topic for the forum on Saturday? It wasn't very clear.
Hope.
That's it? Just hope?
That's a big topic.
Hope is
it's just a couple letters though.
It's one of those 4-letter words that you have to be careful with.
Open to promises. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Careful what you hope for. I missed quite a bit, but it does sound like the meeting is going along a lot better today.
Yes, it is. This is Dave. This is Dave S from PA. David A.
Ah, Dave S. Right?
Yes.
Right, and I'm David A. I prefer the David.
Yep. Same here. I prefer David. We have 3 Davids in my home group, and that's one way we can differentiate ourselves. So safe driving. What part of New York, if I can ask, are you driving to? Because that's not as
well, because someone made off with my PC. I flew to California, and while I was in TSA line, somebody picked up the wrong PC and left me theirs.
Well, that sucks.
Well, I travel. I travel with 2 computers, so I had my Mac. I was able to get by pretty well. I've been in California for a month. I'm on my way to Bridgeport, where we will exchange computers. I'm sure this person would love to get her computer back as much as I would like to get my PC laptop back. And then I'll jump on the ferry and save myself a 2.5-hour trip around Long Island Sound. I live just east of the Bridgeport ferry.
Okay. I don't know where that is.
Well, eastern Long Island, about 70 miles east of New York City.
Okay, I've been out. Oh, Garden.
Way out on Long Island.
Yeah, Garden. Is it Garden City?
No, no.
Guard.
Well, I'm out. in
Connie,
Suffolk.
where did the timer go? Are we,
I guess we're done.
thought we still had some
Yeah,
time.
well,
We
safe
have
trip. I'm
2
glad somebody
minutes.
didn't steal your computer.
2
Just to confuse it.
minutes.
All right.
There you go.
Yeah, oh, sorry,
safe-
we have 3 minutes.
safe
It just wasn't
driving.
showing up. We have 3 minutes.
David, hey, didn't you say you were in Chicago? What was that, Monday? I can't hear you. You're muted.
Okay, let me unmute myself. I can't remember when I got to Chicago. It was like 3 days ago, whatever today.
Yeah.
is. Hey,
I'm from Chicago.
well, I have family in Chicago. Occasionally I get to go there.
Okay, what part of the city?
Well, Lakeshore Drive, north of downtown.
Yeah.
Up, do you know where,
Yes.
west, what's the name of that street? It's, you know, the Belmont exit off of Lakeshore Drive,
Yes.
right around there in one of those fancy high rises.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, too nice.
How was the weather when you were there?
Not bad considering, I don't know, because I was, and believe it or not, I was in a meeting most of every day.
A recovery meeting?
No, CoDA, CSC, 6 hours of CSC.
Oh, you were with us. Okay, yes, I get it.
Making a little joke there.
Yes, I get it.
Right.
Good to see you. Hope to see you next year.
Yeah, I hope, yes, I like your optimism. I hope we can do it again in face-to-face next year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Inshallah, God willing, we will.
Yes, absolutely.
Is Florence there in the last few seconds? Florence, are you in? Still in the meeting?
Okay, let's get ready for quorum. If you could raise your hands, unmute yourselves. Get ready to rock and roll. We've got about 40 seconds.
24, 23, 22.
Sold to Sally.
Hello, Yanif.
Double Ellie.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blast off.
Okay, Connie, do I have you as a backup?
I'm ready.
Okay, let's get started. Lisa J.
1.
Evie.
2.
Carmen.
3.
Sally.
4.
Salvador.
5.
Ruth Ann.
6.
Burl.
7.
Ann C.
8.
Melly.
9.
Leo.
10.
Rosa.
11.
James.
12.
Jorge.
13.
Judy T.
14.
Madeline.
15.
Pete H.
16.
Linda V.
17.
David A.
18.
Yaniv. Yaniv, you're muted.
Yeah, 19.
Don.
10.
20. Nora.
31.
Catherine, we can't hear you. Yeah, she got muted.
Someone muted everyone. Gail S. I don't see Gail's face.
I I lost count of the number with the
Okay,
dog
that's all
barking.
right. I think you're 22, right, Connie?
Correct.
Okay,
22.
so you're 22. Marilee,
23.
Krista Z,
24.
Matt T,
25.
Leisha,
26.
Barbara, Barbara, you're 27.
I know I'm 27. It's just hard to unmute.
And Freddie. Freddie, am I saying your name right?
28.
Correct. We have quorum. I'll lower everybody's hands here. And Rob,
you didn't call me, Joe.
Rob, you have the floor.
29 maybe, Joe.
Hey, Joe, we already made quorum at 28. It's fine. You don't need to keep counting.
We're done.
Hello, everyone. This is Rob, the Finance Chair for CoDA International. This message is particularly to the delegates. I want to invite you all to a finance game night tonight. It'll be after our session. In a second, I'm going to show you the link. Prizes will be awarded. Limited seating available. So make sure you come to finance game night tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, literature. Okay, let's everybody mute.
So I think we're on
number three,
which is the coloring book. So I want to invite Kathy H. to join me. I'll make some introductory remarks. And Kathy, would you be okay? I'm putting you on the spot. Doing the question and answering section?
Sure. Yes, I will.
Okay, sorry guys. Okay, so the motion is for CSC to endorse Joy in the Journey, Recovering with Color, which is a new piece of CoDA literature, new in so many ways. In recognition that people receive information and enjoy expressing themselves in different ways. Joy in the Journey, Recover with Color, which is an adult coloring book, comes with content, informational pages, and original artwork that can be colored. The illustrations and companion content informational pages can be enjoyed as a visual expression of the principles of the Recovery with CoDA program. The point being, it doesn't matter if you color it in or not, you could still enjoy it. This piece of literature offers a unique way to reach the codependent who still suffers. It offers the fellowship a fun way to explore our 12 steps, 12 traditions, and 12 promises, no less. This book may be used by individuals between sponsor and sponsee or in a group of recovering codependents. Connie, could you scroll down just a little for the remarks? Thank you. The illustrator is a member of the CoDA Fellowship, was hired by CORE to create the artwork, illustrations, and formatting. This book was conceived of and created by members of the CORE board and volunteers from CORE, which they called a work group, sorry. I think there's a little more. Could you scroll down to the next page? Oh yeah, okay. CLC provided editing and other support via email and joint meetings. Reading in this way was—
Please mute yourself. Thank you. Terry, everybody got muted.
Got it. I got it. I figured. Okay. So anyway, so collaborating in this way was innovative, enjoyable, and satisfying.
I can put it up on the screen while you're taking questions, if you like.
Cool. That'd be great.
Okay, so we are ready for questions. Those that have questions, raise your hand.
And text me if I need any.
Kathy, you're not muted, just so you know.
I know, I'm ready to answer the questions.
Okay, just so you know.
I'm ready.
Okay, ready, Freddie. We are going to start with Melly.
Melly from Arizona.
My question is, how long does it take the artist to construct and craft these with members?
It took the artist approximately 3 months. We met weekly, sometimes daily. We gave the artist suggestions. We sketched out what we thought our artwork, which wasn't professional. And then the artist then created the actual illustrations, but it took about 3 months.
Salvador.
Gracias. Lo voy a decir en español. ¿Por qué no extenderlo a los jóvenes, siendo de que hay una necesidad urgente para ellos, y limitarlo solamente a adultos?
Anybody actually can, it can be used by youth, but these coloring books are actually called adult coloring books, but it's not limited to just adults.
I love that idea. I didn't think of it, but yeah, anybody could enjoy it.
Any other questions? I don't see any hands. I'll give you a second. So we are going to do pros and cons. Those that would like to be a pro, please raise your hand.
Oh.
Okay, I've got my pros. Who would like to be a con? Raise your hand. Okay, if a con comes up while we're doing the pros, just raise your hand and I'll come to you. All right, we are going to start with Linda V.
Linda V, recovering codependent from Florida. I am so happy to see this coloring book. I have numerous CoDA members in our home group and around the state of Florida who are colorers, and they are excited about this as well. And we're especially excited that the promises were included in this. So thank you to the artist and to everyone who conceived this idea. It's marvelous.
Second pro, Lisa J.
Lisa J, delegate from Illinois. I use coloring as part of my inner child work, so I'm pretty excited to see something that is recovery related and fun. And I've noticed that with many people that I sponsor, and including my own difficulties, having fun is an issue sometimes, and this is an opportunity to kind of combine it all together. I'm really excited about it. Thank you to all.
Krista Z. Another pro.
Hi, Krista Z, Canadian delegate. Yeah, I love everything about this. There's like scientific studies how coloring and emotional regulation are completely correlated, and that you can actually learn a lot from that. So I just love everything about it. Thanks, guys.
And Gail S.
I am so excited about this. I want a copy for myself, and I'm going to give this as Christmas gifts to my entire dysfunctional family. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, did anybody come up with a con? Okay, Ruth Ann.
My only con about this is I see there's lots of birds, but I don't see the cataholics, such as myself, represent beautiful. I love it. Everybody in my group here in my groups here in Colorado is so excited and thankful for it. Needs more cats though. More cats.
Dan R.
Dan, recovering inner child from CoDA Canada. My only con is I didn't see any unicorns, but I think I'll just draw one on one of the horses. It's awesome, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, I noticed there was one that was almost a unicorn.
Almost. Okay.
I
What
could see-
page is it on?
I don't remember.
Okay. So that is pros and cons. And now, are we doing any crafting, Terry?
No crafting.
Okay. So what I'd like for you to do is to please read the motion as it stands.
Honey, can you put it back up? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, sorry, okay, I can read it now. CSC to endorse Joy in the Journey, Recover with Color as a new piece of CoDA literature.
Okay, we're going to take 30 seconds. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, the wisdom to know the difference. Chris, Jay, is there anybody that should not be voting?
Sorry about that. Everybody can vote. Joe's video turned off but turned right back on, so I'm okay with everyone voting.
Thank you. And Terry, if you could read the motion one more time. Terry, are you muted? I can't find your face here. There you are.
Sorry. I kept getting these like messages covering up the motion and I was reading it and you couldn't hear me anyway. I couldn't read it. You couldn't hear me. Anyway, never mind. I'll stop talking. CSC to endorse Joy in the Journey, Recover with Color as a new piece of CoDA literature.
Florence? Anything in the chat? You've got a yes in there.
I'm ending because it looks unanimous.
42, is that what your number is?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Thank you. So Terry, just to keep you up to date, we're starting motion 4 and you are at 18 minutes and 30 seconds.
So we may need
Oh, wait, you have to have a minority opinion.
Oh, minority opinion. Sorry. Is there a minority opinion?
We haven't done that on the last 3 motions.
Nadia.
Sí, acá estoy. Hola, buenas tardes. Soy Nadia, codependiente en recuperación. Quiero decir que me fascina, me encanta el libro para colorear, pero ¿qué sucede con las personas que que hablamos en español y que compramos todos los formatos en digitales? Yo soy de Argentina y acá no llegan la literatura impresa y yo compro todos los documentos por Kindle, pero no da la opción de imprimir. Para que lo tengan en cuenta, por favor, muchas gracias.
Thank you, Nadia.
Okay. We are ready for your fourth motion.
Yeah. So which one is this? Okay, this is, codependency and recovery, the differences. So the motion is for CSC to endorse codependency and recovery, the differences as a one-page service item. The intent is to offer a brief tool to aid in identification and to give hope to those in recovery. And our remarks are, this one-page chart was posted on the CoDA website many, many years ago. It has been, thank you, it has been in use in the UK and elsewhere ever since. CLC extensively researched the origin of this chart, and although no specific authorship was determined, its origins were found to as a work in progress in a CLC member's archives. We concluded that CoDA does own this material and may publish it. Now, I just want to say, I did have some feedback from the board, like within the last couple days, and I apologize, I forget which one is which. There was this one and one of the other ones that they had concerns about the copyright. So my thought is we can just go ahead and take a look at it. You can, CSC can decide if you like it or not. And then, so it may not go up on the website right away until the board is satisfied that we do have accurate or a sufficient copyright. We personally, in the CoDA Literature Committee, we really don't think it's a problem. Like, I don't anticipate anyone coming up and saying, oh, I wrote that and you published my work, I'm gonna sue you. I mean, that's really basically the reason why we get copyrights, is because CoDA needs clear ownership of the intellectual property, the written intellectual property. But I just don't think it's an issue, but I guess the board isn't 100% clear on that. So there's that. And I guess, you know what, when we go into questions, I would love to have somebody from the board talk a little bit about that issue. And that's all.
Okay, we are ready for questions. Raise your hand. And we are going to start with Judy T.
Thank you. I'm Judy T. from Massachusetts. Are you talking here about codependence and recovery, the differences?
Yes.
Yes. And we have another piece of material which goes back to at least 10 years, which is recovery patterns of codependence. And on one side, it shows the recovery patterns of codependence, and on the other side, it shows in recovery. So these are two things that are almost the same design, but they're different. And I have concerns about having so many things that are the same and yet not the same, and it's confusing. Mm-hmm. And I wonder, is there any decision to combine them or unite them or something like that? Thank you.
Well, the reason that, so this was brought to our group by Jillian, one of our members, because it's used quite frequently in the UK, which is where she's from, and in other places as well. And the reason that this is different from what you're talking about is that this is short, it's one page, and it's not actually literally our patterns and characteristics, but it's just some sort of statements about about codependence, and then how things might be different in recovery. And it's not something I've used in a meeting, but other people have said they found it very helpful. So we felt, it's just one more tool people can use. That's why we brought it forward.
Tara, I'm sorry to interrupt. The motion up on the screen is literature motion number 5. Did they skip motion number 4, or did you withdraw it?
Could be.
No,
I don't know. Is this number 5? I think she probably just grabbed the wrong one.
Okay, so we'll just finish this motion and then do 4 next.
That's fine. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, so we're talking about 5.
Yeah. It's on that's what's on the screen. It's motion number 5. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't notice
David A.
the number.
Thank you. David A., voting delegate, New York. Thank you for bringing this motion. I can shed a little bit of light. This is a document that has been in CoDA for many, many, many years. It predates the codependency differences, or the definitions. And it's a call and answer thing that I know goes back to, I've seen it in meetings going back 20 years or more. And most recently, I've seen it used regularly at the Freeport Library meeting on Long Island. It's an excellent.
Hey, David, do you have a question, David?
And I think that it's been in general use for so long, it's public domain. I don't think it's an issue about ownership to this document. And I hope that we get to use. Thank you.
Okay, we're in questions right now, not pros and cons. Lisa J.
Lisa J, delegate from Illinois. Are we open to crafting on this at all?
No.
Okay, I get it. Thanks.
Marlene?
I do want to say there are a few problems with it, like codependency is now one word. That's one way you can tell it's so old, because it's co-dependence. But so there's a few little things we need to fix on it, but yeah.
Thank you. Yes, this is Marlene, Southern California alternate delegate. I was just wondering if in light of the previous comments, you might be willing to consider the document included on Peeling the Onion booklet, pages 26 and 27, codependent relationships versus authentic relationships, which I'm thinking is right along the same lines. And it's this big. I don't know if you guys can see it. So it could be included on one page. And
oh, yeah.
By CoDA or approved by CoDA. Thank you.
Thanks.
Jillian, you have a question?
It was just that I was interested to see why the board might oppose anything like this, because it was actually taken off the CoDA.org website years ago, and has been said it's been in use for over 20 years. And it's really helpful. And it's very different from what's in the Peeling the Onion. That's about codependent relationships and authentic relationships. So it's very different. And this is on one page. And it really is very, very useful for us.
Philippe?
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good, thank you. Now, we've used this in my group in Penn Myanmar, and it has proved very, very popular and well liked by members. We use it on the second meeting of every month.
Oh,
we have
wow.
a meeting on the differences, and I would very much like this to be conference approved. Thank you.
Leisha.
I just wanted to ask him to clarify that this is just simply endorsing CSC approved. It's not going to replace any patterns or codependent behavior patterns, correct?
Yes, it's going to be, the idea is to endorse it as a service piece to be added to the website so that anybody could download it and use it in their meetings. I mean, it's possible we might include it in a piece of literature at some point, but we didn't really get that far. We just really kind of wanted to get it out there for people.
So that is time for questions, Terry.
Okay.
You've got 4 hands up right now. Do you want to just move forward and go past crafting and do this, since you still have several motions? And right now, let me just give you. Okay, good. Yeah. Let me give you an update.
I just want to mention one thing that I, if people got the wrong idea, I just see a note in the chat from Barbara D that says the board is not opposed. They just want to confirm ownership, which I understand. And I thought that's what I said. So sorry about the confusion. But what I don't know is if, because the board wants to confirm ownership, if that will hold up actually putting it out on the website, but so it may, I don't really know. The board would have to answer that question.
So if you could read the motion again for me.
Sure.
I should say for us.
Yep, sure.
Point of order.
Oh, point of order. Yeah.
Pros and cons.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, I'm with you, Catherine.
Where is my brain?
I adore you. I didn't know another way to get it to you quickly, and thank you for understanding.
That's perfect. That's what I need. Wow. I thought we had done it. Here we are. Anybody that wants to be a pro, please raise your hand. Okay, so right now I'm only seeing one pro. We have some more. Okay. Alrighty. And cons, please. Okay. We are going to get started with a pro, and our first pro will be Mary I.
Mary I Communication Committee. I like this. I like that it's different than some of the things that we currently have, and I think it's useful as a service item. I also wanted to note that we don't have any releases from anything from I have to think here, 93 back, because the chairs, when they left, took this stuff with them. So we just have to accept that it is.
A con, Lisa J.
Lisa J, delegate from Illinois. I am unhappy that we're not open to some crafting. I realize that it was written by somebody else, but my voting entity and me in addition were uncomfortable with item 1 in here. Felt like it needed to have some work done to it. And the other pieces, I am concerned that we're not sure who owns it. And I think having a little more clarity about that would be a positive thing for CoDA, because it's not cool to have it come back around and bite us in the behind. So that's all I have. Thank you.
We have a pro, Pete H.
IPH codependent NSC UK. Yeah, this has been in I've seen this in meetings since I started CoDA a few years ago, and I find it really taps into the recognition part to help that helped me as a newcomer to identify a lot of my feelings, and helps me to see my continued work and transition kind of come to fruition as I start to recognize and identify with a lot more of the in recovery elements that are published that are listed.
James K for a con.
Yes, my con was that you were asking me to vote on something I've never seen, and then it popped up on the screen, so I'll withdraw
that. Jillian for a pro.
Hi, I'm Gillian, codependent from UK. It's been in use, well, it's been up. I took it off the CoDA.org about 20 years ago, and then it disappeared when it was redone, the website. But we use it in the third week of every month. And newcomers and old-timers alike use it, and we share on it as a topic. And the idea is keep it simple. It's on one page. It's helpful, and it's easily translatable to other languages. So, you know, right across the board, it's really helpful. And I hope you'll pass it. Thank you.
A con, Linda V.
Hi, Linda V, Florida delegate. My only con is that, and I've sent Terry an email and a chat on this, is that I hope when they're looking at this document, if it does come to print, that they take a look at some of the wording. For instance, my question is the use of the word sometimes in paragraph 4. So those are just some, the cons about some of the language in use in this document itself. So I'm agreeing with the document in total, but just some of the wording. So thank you for bringing it.
And Faith for a pro.
Sorry, I didn't raise my hand and on purpose. Thanks.
So Faith, you are
Hi,
not a pro.
sorry. Yes, I just wanted to restate that the board is in support of this document, and we could perhaps ask our intellectual property lawyer to check it out for literature. Thank you.
Okay, so I can I ask a follow-up question? So what does that actually mean? Does that mean we can proceed with it, or we should wait?
This is Gail from the board. Proceed.
Thank you, Gail.
Proceed, and it can be approved. And then we just have to go to our attorney. That's it.
Okay, okay.
So move forward.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, so I have no other pros and cons. And you said we won't be doing any crafting.
Connie, can you put it back up, please?
And so if you could please read the motion for me again.
Yes, CSC to endorse codependency and recovery, the difference, as a one-page service item.
Okay, 30 seconds. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Chris, is there anybody that is not supposed to be voting on this?
No, there is nobody that was off screen that has a V, so we're good to go.
Okay. And if you could just read the motion one more time.
Sure.
Doing it.
CSC to endorse codependency and recovery, the difference, as a one-page service item.
Okay, now we're ready, Florence. Remember, don't vote if you don't have a V in front of your name. Just close your window. You have a yes in chat.
Okay, I'm going to end. And with the yes in chat, we have 40 yeses, 2 noes, 0 abstains, and it passes by more than a 2/3 majority.
Nice. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so
wait. Cami says, I'm voting, but there was an arrow box. I don't know what that means. But since it passed by such an overwhelming number, I don't know that we need to relaunch anything. But
So,
I don't know what she means by that.
Cami? Were you unable to vote, or I don't know where you are?
Hi, Cami, CoDA. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. When I tried to vote, I put my vote in, and when I clicked submit, it came up with an error box.
Okay. Do you want to give your vote verbally?
Yeah, my vote was yes.
Okay.
It would say 41 yeses, 2 noes, 0 abstains.
So I just need an update as where we are. I saw some things pop up in the chat about motion 4. Is there a motion 4? Is motion 4 withdrawn? Where are we at?
I sent the motion 4 to Connie. Apparently she didn't have it. So she should be able to get it up on the
All right.
screen now.
So there is a motion 4 that we would be going back to now, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So Terry, you are out of time for the 70 minutes that you have. So would you like to ask the floor? You still have, what? Two motions.
I mean, hopefully they should go fairly quickly. What's the minimum amount of time per motion-ish?
Well, if we do everything and I don't forget everything like I have been, it's about, isn't it? It's really almost 30 minutes for a motion, isn't it?
If there's no crafting, then you could do them in 15 minutes.
Yeah, no crafting pulls out 6 minutes.
And it just depends how long people take to ask their questions and how long they do the pros and cons too, because you can do a pro and a con in 30 seconds rather than a minute.
Okay, well, how about
So
if
you
we
probably need 30 minutes at
that's
least
what I
for
was
2
gonna say. How
motions.
about if we try for 30 minutes and just asking people to be brief, if possible?
Okay, so Terry is asking for 30 minutes. So that is.
I move the literature committee get 30 minutes for the rest of their motions.
Can you introduce yourself?
David, A, delegate, voting delegate, New York.
Shannon, no, Canada, I second it.
I'll third that.
Okay, so Shannon O seconded that. Do you have that, Connie?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and we need a poll.
4:30 more for last 2 motions. Okay, that's a Shannon no. Second. First.
Terry, you can say how much time you want for things. If you want to cut things down, you can get through.
Point of order, please. Point of order. There was a point of order in the chat that wasn't recognized.
Okay, hold on.
They're supposed to type what it is.
Yeah.
It was from Lisa J. in Illinois.
Did you put what it was?
Yes, I put minority opinion. I requested to have a minority opinion.
Oh, God.
Sorry.
I can't be any more clear, guys. I get it. Please understand. I'm not coming down on you.
Okay, so let's finish this vote and then
finish the vote. Yeah, and we're done. We're at
and then we'll get the minority opinion for the last one. Sorry. So 79%, it's 31 yes, 5 no, 3 abstain to add 30 minutes to the literature motions, literature committee procedure, and that takes our end of day to 4:30, and we still have board elections after that, so we would have to determine what we're going to do then also, just to let you guys know where we're at. So I guess
well, we voted on
for
that.
literature motion. This motion needs a minority opinion, the one that's up on the screen.
Yep. So I'm ready for the minority opinion.
Thank you, Lisa J. from Illinois delegate.
No, I'm in a meeting on that phone.
Please mute.
Sorry, I'm very sorry. Okay.
No problem. Where have you
Can you
been?
mute all?
I
Kathy,
muted
Kathy.
all. Hold on.
I'm good.
Okay.
I took one of those cleansing breaths. Lisa, delegate from Illinois. I love this piece of literature. I'm not against it, but I'm against approving it when we don't have certainty of authorship. I am hopeful that the board will follow through. However, I would have liked to not see it done backwards because I've seen these sorts of things not go well. So it's just a personal way of conducting business on my side. So with that, I'm complete. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Terry.
So I need to see the motion, it's motion 4, please.
So Connie, I sent you the motion 4. You got it, right?
I have it up. Nobody can see it.
That's motion 5.
Oh, this is motion 5.
I sent you the motion 4 in the email.
Flo, on my screen, it says motion number 4. I'm asking, so you're not seeing what I see?
Yeah, we don't see 4. We, well, let me see, what is it?
Okay, let me try and share again, because in mine it was, so.
Oh. Oops.
Now, can you see it?
Yes.
Yep. Oh,
perfect.
Maybe I just needed to stop share. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We're all tired, Connie. It's okay.
So moving right along. This is about new prayers for one each for the 12 traditions. CSC to endorse 12 new prayers, one for each of the 12 traditions. And the reason for doing this is to deepen appreciation and understanding of the spiritual nature of the 12 traditions within the CoDA Fellowship. To be posted for easy access on the CoDA website as a service piece. And just FYI, to let you all know, prayers will be included in the next major renovation of the 12 Steps and 12 Traditions workbook, which should come out in 2022.
Oh, you know what? Sorry. I'm sorry. I'll mute. Sorry.
No worries. And with that, I'm open to questions. I think that's next. Oh my God, I can't remember.
It is. Okay, 1 second. Let me do a little.
Like maybe 3 questions.
You want 3 questions?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Sure.
we're only going to do 3 questions. I'm still going to put the timer on. So 1 second. Wait, hold on just a minute here.
Oh, actually, Connie, could you scroll down? Because I just remembered that the prayers are actually attached to the bottom of this. Yeah, in case people want to see them.
Okay, 3 questions. Barbara D will be first.
Barbara D, CoDA board, formerly on the core board. I see you want to include the prayers in the 12 and 12. Did you also intend to include them in the CoDA prayer book?
Oh, yes, sure.
It didn't say that, so that's why I asked.
I didn't. And you know, I always forget about it because I don't know why.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I had raised hands and then they went away. The people that had their hands up before, did you lower your hands yourself or did we have a glitch?
I did.
I did. I didn't need to ask my question anymore. Thank you.
Right.
Krista, did you lower your hand?
Yes, I lowered it.
Okay. So the second question will be Judy T.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Judy from Massachusetts. And I noticed in reading this that there are quite a few instances of thank you with a capital Y, although they're not all capitalized. And in my mind, that is like making God and not higher power. And I wonder,
if you've given any consideration to this, if you would give consideration to that.
I think you raise a really good point. And to be honest with you, I didn't really think about it, but it makes sense. So it's probably a good thing for us to talk about.
Thank you.
Yeah, make a note.
Okay, I don't see any other questions now, Terry.
Okay.
So are you fine to go to pros and cons?
I am.
And do you want to do the full 8 minutes or 4 and 4 of pros and cons? Or do you want to abbreviate?
Yeah, let's abbreviate.
Okay, so what would you like?
How about like 3 and 3?
Okay, so pros first, please raise your hand if you'd like to be a pro. Okay, raise your hand if you'd like to be a con. Any more cons before I zero everything out? Okay. Okay. All right, we are going to start with the first pro, Pete H. Sorry, Pete.
Hi, Pete H, UK CoDA NSC, again, still codependent. To me, any additional inspiration for prayers, for affirmations and things like this, that speaks to me as being able to have a chance of reaching somebody that maybe some of the other items did not. The more, the better in my mind. And I also like that it's using the higher power terminology as well. Pass.
We've got Krista with a con.
Hi, Krista Z. I'm Canada delegate. So I personally believe that these prayers are written slightly problematically. To say, please remind me, is actually to imply that we've already forgotten. And so in the laws of attraction and manifestation, I think that they're just kind of projecting more fear and self-doubt versus faith, and that they don't support living in the moment. I also think that prayer 3 does not properly represent tradition 3, which I believe is about inclusivity and leaving our judgments at the door. But this is my personal opinion, folks. But thank you for letting me share.
A pro from Lou L.
Hi, Lou L., a member of the Finance Committee from Illinois, and really like the prayers. And I personally do like the please remind me, because I tend to forget. I have a short memory. And yeah, I agree with Pete H as well. Thank you.
Thanks.
Shannon O with a con.
Thank you, Shannon O, delegate from Canada. I'm not opposed to the idea of having tradition prayers. I just sort of would iterate what Krista said. I just don't find them very affirming. And if they were to be if they were to go through, I'd prefer to see them in specifically in a prayer book, so that there's more choice about whether you encounter them or not. But that's just my opinion. So thanks for letting me share.
And we have a pro from Jillian.
My name is Gillian, A, UK. I'm trusted servant. I love the traditions because we found there were no tradition prayers, and we were going through the 12-step handbook, which has the in this moment thing, and they're going to be eventually included in the workbook, in the new printing of the workbook eventually. And the idea was to have tradition prayers. And this came out definitely through higher power, and people work together sincerely, feeling that the traditions, looking at the traditions, gave something rather than nothing. And this is a very helpful piece and would be brilliant in the prayer book. And eventually, hopefully, maybe will be included in other things. But we need to pass it today, first of all. And I would say yes, a definite pro for this.
Okay, so that is it for pros and cons. Terry, you said no crafting, correct?
Actually, I just got a craft in the chat that I really like.
Okay. Well, you can craft if you like.
But
You just want to do this one craft then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me just find it. Okay. For the tradition, how about the language? Please help me remember, then please remind me. I like that better. Please help me remember. I mean, it's in each prayer. It's in each, so each prayer would have to be changed, but
where do you need this change made?
Down in the prayers. Let's start with the first one. So let's see. Sorry, I'm just moving the chat window over so I can see. Higher power, please help me remember instead of please remind me.
Okay. And that would be in every single one,
Yeah,
right?
it would be in each one because they all start out that way.
Okay, we can make the changes.
Yeah.
Later. We'll make sure they get done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I just want to check in with Jillian or anybody else from CoDA Literature if you're okay with that.
Sarah is okay with that.
You're okay with that? Oh, cool.
It's cool.
Yeah, I'm okay with
Leslie, I'm okay with it too.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I like it. This is Elise.
So would you like to read the motion?
I would like to. CSC to endorse 12 new prayers, one for each of the 12 traditions, and see the prayers below attached.
Okay, we're going to do 30 seconds. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Chris J., anybody that cannot vote?
No, everybody can vote on this.
I just saw a message here from Evie S. that she got booted out and cannot vote.
Thank you for your integrity, Evie. Thank you for your integrity, Evie.
Okay. If you could read the motion one more time, please.
Yes. CSC to endorse 12 new prayers, one for each of the 12 traditions, and see the attached prayers.
Okay.
Judy, what's your point of order?
Judy, we can't hear you. You're muted. Did she put it in the chat?
I have 2 point orders.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Hi, it's Judy from Massachusetts. I'm sorry, I was having trouble unmuting. I wanted to confirm that we're going to pass this with the language change from remember to help. Is that correct?
It's from remind to help remember.
Yeah, instead of please remind, it's going to be please help me.
Help me to remember. Mm-hmm. Help me remember.
And Philippe had a point of order. Philippe, what was that?
I just wanted to be sure what we're actually voting on. What do we mean by endorse? Do these become conference approved literature? basically I'm very in favor of it, but I'm concerned about the discussion that we've had. And if they're going to be conference approved literature, I would be concerned. But if we're endorsing them for groups to use, that would be great.
So CoDA Service Conference endorses CoDA literature. They don't approve it, they endorse it. And so once it's endorsed, it can be used either in print or on the website. It just depends on the intent. And in this motion, our intent is initially to put it on the website for anybody to download and use. But eventually it's going to go into both the prayer book and also into the 12 Steps and 12 Traditions workbook.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Florence, you have the poll. You have a yes in the chat.
I'm going to end it because it's pretty overwhelming again. So it is, with the yes in the chat, 36 yeses, 3 no's. So it passes by overwhelming 2/3 majority, 92%.
Yay, thank
Okay.
you.
So is this motion 7 for you, Terry?
Nope.
No?
This is number 4. The next one is 6.
No, yeah, so the next one. So you still have 2 motions.
No, just one, because we did 4 out of order.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's 6.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry about
Yeah, they
that.
only had 6 total.
Correct,
Yeah.
so many of them.
Okay, we've
Maybe
got
it was
6,
5 we did out of order. I don't even remember now.
we've got 16 minutes. So if you want to abbreviate as we're doing things.
Yeah, sure.
Just let me know. And if we can put the motion up.
Minority opinion.
Oh, sorry, minority opinion. I've got it written in front of me. Anyone for minority opinion? Okay. Let's move on.
All right. So number 6, yay, it's the last one. CSC to endorse the longer Serenity Prayer as a service piece on our website and pieces of printed literature. To offer, okay, so the intent is to offer a variation of our beloved Serenity Prayer to the fellowship that many recovering codependents use in their meetings. So this is already in use, is basically what that's. Prayer is in use in the UK and elsewhere. It is printed in the UK's Newcomer Handbook, whose content originally came from US CoDA. So this is another thing that was really old and kind of left into the mists of time on our website, but was, you know, kept by going by the UK. CLC determined that CoDA can print the prayer without obtaining personal copyright. And the reason I say that is because we looked and looked and looked, couldn't find any attribution. And it's my understanding that it was okayed by the board, but that may not be true because I got an email like this week that they had concerns about the copyright. So similar to codependence and the difference, codependency and recovery, the differences, this is another one of those that's kind of super old. And we just don't know who wrote it. But we like it enough that we wanted to give it a shot.
So what do you want to do for questions, Terry?
So how about maybe 2 questions?
Okay, 2 total.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to do 2 questions and we've got 2 participants up right now. So let's start with Krista.
Hi, Krista from Canada Delegate. Can I just clarify, would this be offered as like the welcome, like a short and a long version welcome, and like a short and a long version Serenity Prayer, or would this just replace our current Serenity Prayer?
Oh, no, it wouldn't replace it. It would just be in addition to, we'd just put it on the website, and it could be, We don't specifically have any plans to add it to any literature except for the prayer booklet that I seem to forget. But it could be added to literature. It is used in some meetings.
Okay, Evie will be our last question.
Yeah, could you please have Connie scroll so that we can see it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Terry, pros and cons, do you want it abbreviated or
Yeah.
how would you like to do it?
Well, let's go
2
2
each.
each.
So those that would like to be a pro, please raise your hand. We're going to take 2 pros. Those that would like to be a con, we're going to take 2 cons. And we are going to start with a pro from Pete H.
PH UK NSC codependent. Sorry, it's getting sick of hearing from me. This prayer has been in the meetings. I came from original. I had another fellowship, so I knew the short one beforehand. And initially, I was just like, "What the heck? I can't be changing that." But then I found that this spoke to me very much strongly here, into like the wider, deeper program around patience, appreciation, tolerance, and strength, experience, strength, and hope, and wider aspects of the program to bring into very quickly to mind in areas where I might say the serenity prayer to myself during the day. I would suggest though that I believe it should be grant me patience with the changes that take time. Not necessarily grant me the patience, but that's my experience there. Pass.
We've got a
Actually,
con.
I just want to say one quick thing. I'm totally out of order. Yes, that the after grant, it should say grant me patience. That's a typographical error that there's a the there. That was my fault. I typed it. Thank you.
We've got a con from Krista Z.
Hi, I'm Krista, Canada delegate. This is on behalf of my group Conscience from my local group. That this is actually not the extended version of the Serenity Prayer that they're familiar with. I guess there's actually a few of them that are in existence. And so they found they did not identify with this. And again, just did not voted no. I'd be happy to share the other version if you're interested in that and we can get to a crafting, but that's up to you.
Oh, you mean like right now? I think I'd rather stick with this for now, but I'd be happy to have you email it to me.
I can totally do that.
The thing about this is there is something called the extended, there's so many different prayers, as you say, serenity prayers. There's something called the extended serenity prayer, which I think may have been written by the original author. I'm not sure, but it's completely different from this. This is something that people in CoDA came up with, and it's called the longer serenity prayer, not extended.
We've got a pro from Jillian.
Hi, I'm Gillian, codependent trustee 7th. This prayer has been in use for over 22 years, and it was from the old newcomers handbook from the States, and it was reprinted in the UK and has been used for the last 22 years. So it did come from America. It's been very, very helpful. It's used in all our meetings, and it's used all over Europe and further. And it's been so helpful, especially in these very difficult times of COVID. And I, for one, and others tell me the same, saying it very slowly, it really, really resonates. Of course, the first part, everybody knows, but the second part, grant me patience with the changes that take time, appreciation of all that I have, tolerance of those with different struggles, and the strength to get up and try again one day at a time. Really resonates. It certainly does with me, and it certainly helped me through really difficult times. Plus.
And we've got a last con, Linda V.
Hi, Linda V, Florida delegate. I just have a problem with a CoDA endorsing a piece of literature that started out as a religious piece of literature. I would rather us endorse literature that is CoDA generated rather than religious types of things. I'm not opposed to it if it gets passed, but I just would rather not just use the short version and leave it at that. So thank you.
No crafting, right, Terry?
Correct.
Okay. So if you could please read the motion for me.
Yep. Thank you, Connie. CSE to endorse the longer Serenity Prayer as a service piece on our website and pieces of printed literature, and see the prayer below.
30 seconds.
Hi, AMC from Oregon. I'll second the motion.
God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage
to change the things I can,
and the
and the wisdom to know the
difference. Chris, is there anybody who should not vote?
It looks like Yaniv lost connection and has reconnected. I'm seeing his ceiling. So I'd ask Yaniv not to vote on this one.
Okay,
Who
Yaniv.
was that?
Yaniv. Yaniv. Okay. I'm sorry, just did we read the motion one more time, Terry?
Oh, sure. CSE to endorse the longer Serenity Prayer as a service piece to our website and pieces of printed literature, and see the prayer below.
Okay. And we're ready for the poll. Looks like you've got a yes in chat.
So it's 32 yes, 10 no, 0 abstain. It passed by 2/3 majority.
To everyone. Oh, there should be, in the motion, it should say CSE to endorse. Sorry about that. Thank you.
And a minority position, anyone? Yes, Marilee.
Marilee, Northern California delegate. I am frustrated by the degree to which it feels like religion is being inserted into a spiritual program. As cited, this came as a prayer not from CoDA. I'm all about higher power, but I am not about specific religions. And I'm grateful for the changes in wording to higher power, so much more. I hope that we can have some restraint and caution as we move forward in promoting our specific religious tenets. Thank you.
Okay, Leisha, I saw that your hand was up, but if you need something, do me a favor and put it in the chat to the events team if you need something. Okay, let's get an update here. We have 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left from what we had granted.
So actually, we're done. This was our last motion.
Yeah, so you gave us 3 minutes back to our day. Thank you.
Oh, sure.
So let's go over the schedule right now. What is still, so right now it is almost 1:30, which means it's almost 4:30, correct? Yeah. All right.
And we have the 2 elections that
We have we have elections
scheduled for 30 minutes.
They're scheduled for 30 minutes. So what would the floor like to do? Leisha, did you want to bring a motion? Okay.
Yes, I did. I'm Leisha. I'm codependent from Arizona. And I would like to move that we adjourn today and start 1/2 hour early tomorrow.
Okay. Do we have a second on that?
First, I need to check with the events team if they can be here a half an hour early tomorrow.
Wow. Does that mean hospitality would be a half hour earlier, which means it would have to, Eastern time would be, Pacific time would be 5
and we have to check with the interpreters also.
Do we have a second for this motion before we go through all of this research? So I don't see a second for this motion.
No, I seconded it already.
Oh, you did?
Krista from Canada.
Thank you, Krista. I didn't hear you.
That's okay.
Connie, do you have that?
I do, thank you.
Great.
I'm just waiting to hear back from 2 more. Let's see, I have Kevin, Carol, you haven't answered. And she's checking on the interpreters. And what about Kathy? Did you answer?
Kathy?
She says no, she can't be here half an hour early.
because
So
I have to do the hospitality.
Well, you can, that's not really important. Business is important, so that's all I have to say. But are you core tomorrow, Kathy, or events?
I'm not sure. Core.
Okay, so I can't really count on you anyway. So all right, so I have Kevin and I have me. Shaf cannot be here, and I need to know if Carol interpreters can. If they can't, then I cannot do it. I can't do it with just 2 people.
Available.
Oh, Lorraine, what about you?
Yeah, I could come earlier.
Okay. Okay, so all right, so we're good. Carol interpreters are good. Lorraine's good. So yeah, I have enough people tomorrow to start early. Catherine, can you be here early?
No. No. I'll do whatever conference needs. Can you bring a poll up?
Yeah. Oh, I have to stop this one. Wait a minute. I'm gonna have to let this one Kathy, you're not muted.
I said, are we going to do pros and cons first?
No, it's a procedure
No,
change.
it's a procedure. Thank you.
And I'm gonna have to let it go full minute because, wait, who stopped it?
Somebody stopped it. It's not going. You're gonna have to
Oh my God, I
relaunch.
have to relaunch it. Sorry, guys.
That's okay.
I have to let it go full minute because it looks like it's pretty, it's kind of close. Just let you guys know, abstentions count as no's.
I don't see anything in chat yet.
Okay. Okay, the motion fails.
One no.
I have one, so that would be 21 no's. Sorry, 17 yeses, 21 no's, and 2 abstains. So the motion fails. So we need another.
Judy, do you have another motion? Do you have
do.
something? Okay, thank you.
I move that we extend our time for work today for 45 minutes.
This is Lisa J, delegate from Illinois. I second.
Okay, so Connie, did you get that? 45 minutes. Judy T.
Yes.
Okay, Lisa J second. And if we could have a poll. Florence, where'd your face go?
It's here. Oh, it's under events committee. Sorry. I didn't.
That's all right. That's all right.
I have 2 computers. So I get confused which one's which.
I just wanted to make sure that your team was going to be able to support the elections today and that was going to work for you.
Yeah, Kevin's
okay?
Kevin's taking over the elections.
Okay.
Kevin needs a break before we do the elections. Otherwise, it's going to be like a 2-second election or you're coming somewhere with me.
Okay, well, we need to get a delegate to ask for.
Connie agrees.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, that's our support.
Okay.
All right, so can we finish this? Let's finish this.
Yeah.
This is yes.
Hold on 1 second.
5 minutes. Sorry.
Dawn, you've got a yes in the chat window.
PHSCKNC raise a motion for a 5-minute bio break.
Yeah,
Okay,
1 second. 1 minute.
1 second. Yeah, 31 yeses, 5 no's, 1 abstention. So this one passes. So we will extend time and
so we have
45
minutes. Does somebody want to bring another motion?
Can I second Peter's suggestion for a break, 5-minute break?
Okay, so Peter is
Philip
seconding.
UK.
So Peter is a 5-minute break and Philip is seconding that.
I'm seconding that. Philip,
Okay.
also UK.
Okay, so
I need a B.
Can we have a poll?
Connie, did you get the first and second?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, this is for the 5-minute break.
It's an old, oh, here we go. Thanks. Nothing in the chat yet. And I think whatever was just in the chat, that's a yes. So it passes, 5-minute break. And then we will work for 45 minutes, or we'll work until our work is done. We might get done before 45 minutes.
I need the official count, please.
Oh God, I ended it. I don't know, 32? The 32? I want to say
Thank you.
32.
Thank you. Okay, 5 minutes starts now.
Is it possible to put the timer up?
For quorum. It's yeah.
Karen, are you just ready for quorum?
She's here.
Oh, I have 40 seconds. Okay. Let me take my hand down. Okay. Ah. All right, you can wait. 6 seconds. 3 seconds. 2, 1. Okay, sit there. Come on.
Okay, sorry, I had to mute all. So if all of you could raise your hands for quorum, I'm not seeing hands. Are we having technical difficulties? Because I'm only seeing a couple. Okay, unmute yourself so we can do a quick quorum here. Thank you. We're going to start with Karen. Connie, are you backing me up? Great.
I'm ready.
Thank you. Okay, Karen D.
1.
James K.
2.
Rosanna R.
3.
Lisa J.
4.
Matt T.
5.
Sally.
6.
Jorge.
7.
Melly. Kathy H.
9.
Ann C.
10.
Linnea.
11.
Marilee.
12.
Linda.
13.
Carmen.
14.
Nora.
15.
Dawn.
16.
Sarah.
17.
Madeline.
18.
Philippe. Philippe, you're muted.
19.
Thank you. Liz.
H, 20.
Yes. Thank you. Gail S.
I'm sorry, what number am I?
You're 21.
21.
Right, Connie? Yep.
Correct.
21. Nancy O.
22.
Pete H.
23.
Freddie.
24.
Salvador.
25.
Evie. You're muted. Evie.
26.
Burl.
27.
And Joe. Joe, you're
27. 28. 28.
28. Thank
Yep.
you, Joe. We have quorum.
You're just noticing that Nancy does not have her video on, and Evie needs to be renamed.
Yeah.
This is Evie. Can someone rename me? I'm on my phone and I can't figure out we have lost internet, so I'm on my
I can do it.
phone. Thank you.
Okay. So okay. So Evie, we can't see your face right now either.
Okay. Now
Just so you're
can you
aware.
see it now? Can you see it now?
Your video is, you
It
just
says
gotta
your video's off.
Oh, okay. I'll turn it on. Hold on. Yeah, I
Okay.
see it. Okay. Got it.
Kevin, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, so I will exit out of the meeting.
Let Kevin give instructions
Yeah,
first,
so
and then
we're gonna
and we
ask
should
all the
intro.
candidates. Apparently, we're not ready. Did you say
I'm
something?
just saying that you should have us each quickly introduce ourselves so people remember who we are, and then we'll exit.
Well, not everybody's here.
Okay.
So
Go ahead. I'm
Okay.
complete.
Let's move forward.
All
I'm
right.
going to exit out. I'm going to leave.
Yeah, so we're having all the candidates leave. You need to make me host before you leave, Florence. And what's going to happen is I'm going to launch polls for each of the candidates. And then what will happen is we'll do the core board, we'll do the course, someone's at the front door. I can't come to the door right now. Sorry about that. So we're going to do the Board of Trustee first, then we're going to do the alternates, and then we're going to do core board. And so you get 3 separate polls. You'll be voting yes or no or abstain on each person. Simple majority goes to the board or alternate or core board. That will then be, but I will not be showing you the results. I am going to do the poll. The events committee minus Florence and Kathy will confirm that we have the right results, and then I will come back and repeat and let CSC know the pass fail, basically, if who it is, and if both alternates make it, who's alternate 1, who's alternate 2. So it'll hopefully go rather quickly. I'm going to be being switched to host, so hopefully the polling works. We've pre-set up everything, so I'm not sure. All right.
Okay, just to remind that none of the positions are in competition with anyone.
Oh, yes. As I said, you can vote for 1, none, or each one individually. So, all right. I have to also.
Florence, may I ask a quick question?
Pero no puedes votar porque como Lili no te pasó el derecho a votar, ya no puedes votar, pero te puedes quedar, claro.
Correct. This is for only voting members. Oh, and those that have been doing it in the chat, direct message me.
Lisa, you had a question.
That was my question, and Kevin just answered it. Thank you.
And I don't know, I did let the delegates know if they were a voting member, they could email me. Or I did let the candidates know if they were a voting member to email me directly and not events. So, all right, Chris. Let's see.
Okay, I'm wondering, if I'm not mistaken, people who are on core can vote for the board, but they can't vote for themselves. And then the other way around, the board can vote for
Everything.
Can the board vote for themselves?
Everyone can vote for themselves.
Everyone can vote for everyone.
Yeah.
Okay.
If
I
you're a
wasn't
voting
sure.
member,
Thank
you have a vote.
If you're a voting member. Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm
Thank
confused.
you.
Why aren't we hearing from Florence? Isn't she supposed to be gone?
Yeah, I don't.
I know. I was waiting for him to tell everybody to leave, but I didn't know where.
Oh, everybody left. Sorry. I thought they left
sorry.
a
Okay.
long time ago. Because she's passionate about events.
Well, I just make sure everything's in place. That's all. So.
Same thing.
We'll figure it out. All right. Let me just confirm that there are several people that don't have V's next to their names, unfortunately, because we came back in from the chat. I don't see Kathy.
I'm here, but I'm going to leave when they vote for the core.
No, you're out. Bye.
No, I need
Everybody's
to vote
out.
for the board.
You can email me your vote.
Okay.
All members must leave.
And can
I
someone
sent an
help
email to
Leo?
everybody.
Can someone help Leo rename? He also has lost his internet and is calling in from his phone.
Oh, I asked him what his status is. I don't know what status. Can you get?
I just let him know that we have internet again, so he's probably coming in on the computer again.
And there is a hand raised, and it has been raised for a while.
Yeah, 2 hands.
Yeah. Well, Chris has still got his hand. Are you done? Okay. Nora, Colombia.
I'm not from Colombia, and I really don't understand what's going on. I'm sorry, but can you repeat again what is going on, because I'm lost.
We are voting for the CoDA Board of Trustees. The candidates were introduced yesterday. So it's Liliana R going for full board, and then Florence F and Catherine T going for alternates. So I'm going to send a poll about Liliana first. Everybody can vote yes, no, abstain. And basically, I'm not going to share that vote with you once the results are done. And then we'll do the same thing. We'll do the alternate, and then we'll do the core board. Shannon?
Sorry, I have a silly question, and maybe this is common knowledge, but nobody's competing for a position, right? Like they could all
Correct.
possibly be voted. So why
Yeah.
aren't they in by acclamation?
You can do that if there is an option for somebody who wants to bring it in. They need the 50. So it's just
No, I mean, like,
usually,
wouldn't they just get in by acclamation? That's what I mean.
no, they need 50% of the voting members.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just
And
not
you're allowed
familiar.
to vote for neither.
Right. I
So you
apologize,
can vote
everyone.
no on all of them if you don't want any of them on the board.
I apologize for taking up time. Thank you.
No, that's fine. I thought you meant like voting in as a slate, which is possible too. So that's why it is a secret vote. And that's why we don't share the results. I'm just going to come back and say, yes, they are on the board, or no, they're not. And if we have to do it a couple times, we'll do it. All right. Is everybody ready for the first one? So once I launch it, once the results are done, it'll be the same minute. I'm going to go on mute and confer with my events people that we all agree what we're seeing, and I have and then I'll add what I see in the chat. And remember, private chat me, direct message me. So, all right. So this one is for Liliana for the board. In the polling, I hope nobody sees it. I'm going to go on mute. Okay, I hope that worked. So Connie, you can record. She did not get the 50% vote required to be on the board. She was not on the board.
Thank you.
Okay, now we will do alternates. Same thing, just yes, no. There's two. This poll will have both of them. Both of them have a yes, no, and abstain. We're hoping all that works. Okay, I'm going to go on mute. Okay, so both alternates made the board as alternates, with Catherine being alternate number 1 and Florence being alternate number 2.
Thank you very much.
And now we will do the core board. Same process.
It disappeared. What happened, Kevin?
I ended it. It was over a minute. Okay, and I can report that both Annie and Kathy have been elected to the core board. Okay, that was not so hard. Now we've got to tell them all to come back in. Unless you don't want me to. Oh my gosh. You know, it's so much easier when you don't actually have to do anything but answer emails or text chat and not be on screen. So if you really love to be on screen and talk a lot, Events is always looking for members, and we have roles that will allow you to do this.
You're doing a great job, Kevin.
I second that.
Chris J. from IMC, I would like to point out you've done a fantastic job of avoiding as much as possible.
Yes, that's my goal.
Yeah.
I'm a background person. So pretty much we're done. Once Catherine gets back on, unless you guys really want to stay however much time we have left, because I didn't really time it. I don't know if Kathy has announcements. I don't know if there was anything scheduled in hospitality tonight.
Look.
There you
Games night with the finance.
Kathy, did you have some announcements? Is there nothing in hospitality tonight?
No.
Oh, Rob.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
This is Rob, Finance Chair, inviting delegates particularly to come socialize with us in our Zoom for games night. Big prizes. What every codependent needs, recovering codependent needs. And I'm going to repost the link. I did it once before. Here it is. There it is. Grab it quick, because when they shut down this Zoom, you can't get to that thing in the chat. So grab it now. And it's like 10 questions, so it won't be a long time if you haven't eaten in 8 hours or so. Okay, I'm
Catherine in. I was waiting for Catherine to.
Neither are up in the participants list. You're waiting for Catherine to take the light off of you?
No, but I wanted to be in the room to announce the results.
Hey, Rob, this is Linda V. Can you just tell us when this is happening? Is it right after this meeting or is it later tonight? Is there a time for this game?
Kevin, do I have a minute to answer that?
Yeah, we're still waiting for Catherine.
Yes, so the Zoom is actually open now, and it will remain open. We usually give it 5 or 10 minutes for bio breaks and things like that. And then we'll have a little bit of fun, 20 minutes. I mean, I'm not trying to keep people there. If they want to stay, we party hard in finance, but you don't have to stay.
Is that a different link than the hospitality link?
Thank you for your clarification. If you look in your chat, the last chat to everyone from me is the Zoom link. So events can go home early and not have to host yet another Zoom link.
Okay. I don't know where people are, and I don't want to keep you guys here just waiting. So they probably all just decided to leave. So Connie's got I don't see.
For the poll to be deleted, I'm going.
Okay, that's
so
fine.
Chef, maybe you have that open already, or I'll go into it.
Yeah. So I'm not sure where they're. Oh, there's Catherine. Is Florence on?
She's getting on.
I think they were off having a drink without us.
Oh yeah, Rob, will there be a refreshments at the meeting?
Yes, we brought pizza, salads, and because I'm in Boston, a seafood platter, including lobster. Anyone that can go to my place is welcome to it.
You deliver to Israel?
I'll send you a virtual ticket to come here.
Virtual ticket.
Free delivery.
The Zoom link.
Yeah. Our chair's been eating chocolate in front of us, so I get it. Texting us pictures and I don't know why. All right, I see events committee on here twice.
Driving, I'm lucky I could make this meeting. I'd love to be there. Won't be able to do it.
So.
Okay, Florence is on. She's
Is she?
Yeah, she's there. She's just muted.
Oh, okay. I didn't see her. So
I'm
all right,
here.
so it's all completed. So Kathy and Annie are on the core board. Both Florence and Catherine, you both were elected to alternates. Catherine is number 1, Florence is number 2, and Liliana did not make the full board. So Connie's got all of that information.
Hey,
And that's it. I think we're done, right?
yeah, so we are
right.
done for the day. Judy T, do you have a point of order or?
And I have announcements.
I would like to thank our higher power today.
Thanks, Judy.
Thank you. And Florence, announcements?
Yes, there was a mistake made where some information was uploaded to the delegate packet on the website that ended up, it was a delegate list that contained some personal delegate information. And that was a mistake. It was a mistake by our fellowship service worker. I think it was up for maybe an hour max time, from what I understand. And so we would like to make amends to the conference, to the delegates for that mistake. That's my first announcement. The second one, I heard more than one delegate today talk about that they had not seen something related to the motions, especially in the literature package. And they did include all of those things in the delegate package. And I just would like to get feedback of how we can help the delegates, if not for this year, but especially for next year, to get you ready that to where to find these things in the delegate package. Because I'm trying to, maybe you guys are having some trouble locating these things. Because it's kind of concerning that you guys are saying that you didn't see something and you're voting on it. And Kathy, do you have anything for the hospitality suite?
Only Rob has set up his own hospitality. He's going to have a game night with prizes. So he put the link in. It's not our hospitality because he thought he would give us a break, which is very much appreciated. So that's all I have signed up on.
And will the suite be open in the morning?
Yes.
At what time?
9:30.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else from anybody?
Yes, Nancy O here from New Brunswick, Canada. I would like to meet with the new alternates. I'm wondering whether or not they can meet with the board ASAP. We had planned on doing that 30 minutes at close of day. It's late. We have somebody from Israel who is staying up in the wee hours of the morning. When can you meet with us, both of you, Catherine and Florence? Can you make it right away? Can we exit the meeting and go into our board meeting?
Event.
We don't need you. Go. We don't need to have an events meeting. You're good to go.
Okay, nothing from events that needs to be taken care of. That's all I need to make sure.
Okay.
Catherine, you okay?
Yes, I'm good.
All right, so you have your links. I'll see you soon.
Are they in email?
Yes, they were sent to you.
Okay.
They were sent to you as a tentative. You should look up tentative meeting. So congratulations to you both, by the way.
Thank you.
And we will close with the serenity prayer and see everybody in the morning. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Thanks, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you for a great job.
Thank you for your service, everybody.
Thank you, Chef. Thank you, everyone.
For your service. Thank you.
Do you have anything?
Thank you, Kevin.
Or did they all leave? All right. I'm assuming you guys don't have anything. You're supposed to be going to the board meeting. So. Excellent. All right, you guys are all good. We'll just think,
Yeah,
same
I'm
thing in the
going
morning.
over there.
Yeah,
Thank you very
all
much.
right.
Thank you, Chris, for all of your service, for everything.
Yeah.
It's been
Yeah.
a great conference. A bit tough,
All right.
but it was very, very fulfilling.
Good of you to
And
stay
thank you,
up all
everyone.
night, Yaniv.
Just a bit more and gonna crash. And so,
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, for the event. It's been
Sustained.
great. Thank you for
Thank you.
thank you for your service.
Good night.
And good night.
Thank you. All right. I'm assuming you got interpreters taken care of.
Yeah.